Why don't you go see your boyfriend?
Yeah, he got a nice room. You won't have it long. He left a call for 7 a.m.
See if we can figure out something.
Listen to what I
Hi. It is Wednesday. Green & Seek's attorney was here super early. Love this intro music. Thank you, Donald. I've had so many compliments on my music today and yesterday, and it makes me super happy because it is a hyper focus of mine. When I'm finding music for YouTube, I use a paid for site to get copyright free stuff. And sometimes it feels like it's not worth it. But right now, with the compliments, it definitely feels like it is. For the first time, I think, for me, Judge Middleton is live right now. So while we wait for those notifications to go out and I find our place in the Hutch jewelry trial, I'm going to play Judge Middleton. We're a little bit behind, but not super far.
There were a couple judicial races in Kalamazoo. There were one where there were 3 people in it. I didn't see how that one came out.
Oh, something to say on Judge Middleton. I am aware of the situation he had in the landlord-tenant. I think it was yesterday or day before. But I had the first part already edited. So I'm going to put those two together before I put it out there. And then the sovereign citizen video for today, that is Judge Simpson, that I was talking about last night. I have finished editing it, but while I was doing one of them, Judge Washington says August 7th, 9 a.m. So I'm going to wait and see if he's in court there. And then we can watch it together later. Also, hi, Jen.
August 7th, 2024. We're here for a few misdemeanor arraignments. We have just 2, perhaps a couple of pretrials. The primary election was yesterday, and the world's a little different this morning. Deborah Davis won the election for prosecuting attorney. In the Republican primary, she received about 57% of the vote. David Marvin received about 30%, and John McDonough 13%. So Debbie will be taking over as county prosecutor on January 1st. In our sheriff's race, Chad Spence won that race with about 50% of the vote. There were 5 people, all in the Republican primary. So we're going to have a new sheriff and a new prosecutor. In the drain commissioner race, current drain commissioner Jeff Wenzel retained his seat. So I haven't spoken to anybody or heard from anybody, but we got business as usual every day. So Mr. Tim George is here with me, and we'll start as soon as we get everybody in here. But I'd like to say good morning to Sarah from Athens, Georgia. She stopped to visit yesterday. She was in South Bend visiting family. She drove all the way from there to here just to visit our court. Had a nice talk with her. Learned a little bit about Athens, Georgia. And so thank you to her for coming to say hello. I'm always dumbfounded by it, but there was supposed to be a jury trial in the circuit court this morning, but as I understand it, that matter was.
Imagine the day I managed to get into his chat on time and he finds out that he is being watched in South Africa, not like Athens, Georgia only, like South Africa, Athens, Greece, probably.
Was adjourned. Probably nobody felt like trying a case the day after the primary. I don't know, but so we will be fine. We had no damage at my house. Lori Hines said things were terrible. A few sticks. Is that everything's fine in my neighborhood. There was a roof blown off at Three Rivers and some other things, but nothing too terrible. But it was an interesting morning. We had everybody in the basement and jury room, and we got off to a rough start, but today it's back to business as usual. We do have a couple of sentences later this morning and a probation violation hearing this afternoon, and so it'll be kind of a light day. As I said, Mr. George is here with me. We have two defendants that I'm not sure speak English, so we may have to recruit Vivian Montero to interpret for us. So give me a moment. I'm going to go grab the additional files and I'll leave the live stream on. Thank you all for saying good morning. Thank you for saying hello to each other. I'm always interested in how things are where you live. Yesterday was sort of a not good day, but today I think it's going to be sunny and 80. So we'll be back to summer. People say good morning to you too, Mr. George. He had a nice trip.
Yes, sir.
And he's back. And, all is good. Next week is the district judges conference, and we'll be out of commission for a few days. And that's okay. Well, we're not off to a very dramatic start. Good morning from Belgium. If you didn't hear what I had announced earlier, Deborah Davis won the prosecuting attorney's race with 57% of the vote. Good morning. Are either of our defendants here?
Yes, one is here. I don't know if the city attorney has any offer.
Do we need interpreter?
Not for the first one.
Which one is that?
Ramirez.
Oh, Francisco Ramirez. Okay, very good.
He said he did something. I don't know. I don't have anything. I thought maybe the judge would be able to pick it up. But it's got two objections on the district case. It's on an accident apparently.
Maybe.
I told him
All right, looks like we're ready to get to work. I'm going to
oh, you can stand right here.
anyway, good morning, everyone. Good morning, all over the place. Thank you for saying hello, and thank you for taking time out of your day to watch this. And again, the lady that visited yesterday is very nice. Nice to meet her. with that. And now Michelle is here, so we really can start.
I feel like there's been something with this defendant that I've seen.
Good morning, sir. Are you from Francisco? Yes, thanks. Thanks for looking out for me. Good morning. There we go. Good morning. Are you Francisco J. Ramirez Munoz?
Yes, sir.
You got a couple sets of tickets.
Yeah.
You got one on March 31st of 2022, 222012. And that was charged with driving without an operator's license. You went AWOL some time ago.
Can I say something about that?
Well, I will let you in a minute. And Judge Pattison issued a bench warrant for you. You got picked up on the bench warrant on, I think, July 15th when you got stopped again. This time in file 241325, you're charged with driving with no insurance. 241326, you're charged with failing to stop at the scene of a property damage accident. File 241327, you're charged with driving without an operator's license again. And then just to add to it, they charge you with driving suspended in 241329. So the first charge from 2 years ago, no operator's license, is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and a fine of up to $500. Excuse me, $100. On the bench warrant, you did post a $500 bond. You got stopped in July on the 15th for doing all this other stuff, having an accident, having no insurance, having no license, and being suspended. So one of these is written under city ordinance, the earlier one from 2022, and the newer case is written under state statute. The most serious of these charges is the no insurance charge. That's a misdemeanor. It's punishable by up to a year in jail and a fine of not less than $200 and up to $500. It doesn't suspend your license, but the driving suspended charge suspends your license. That's punishable by up to 93 days in jail and a fine of up to $500. And 2 points on your license and a suspension. Ms. Jackson, do you have an opportunity to discuss this with Mr. Ramirez?
I did, Your Honor, and I also talked with the city attorney briefly. And I recommended that he plead not guilty to all of the charges and ask for a court-appointed attorney.
I think that's probably wise. Do you still live in Howe?
Oh, yes, sir.
Did you get an Indiana license?
Well, I never had one, to be honest.
Okay.
And like I have a work permit, and it's been expired, so it makes it more like hard for me to get it.
Okay.
Cause I got it because I was for like school wise.
Where did you go to high school?
Oh, Lakeland High School. Up
And
on
how
the
old
range.
were you when you came here?
Like 7 years old.
Yeah, you're a DACA kid, and
Yeah.
you're caught between the proverbial rock and a hard place.
I mean, and I'm already working on my court. I mean, my judge that's taking care of that. So it just like, because I had to fix some stuff too in Indiana.
Do you have any charges pending in Indiana?
Oh, yeah. But I mean, like, my lawyer's already working on it, and I had my court yesterday too. So like everything just, been a mess.
Yes. Well, you can't drive. I don't know why you didn't show up, but you went off the grid for a couple of years. Now you're back.
Well, can I say something though?
Yes.
The charge of 2022. I called and they told me, the officer just told me to pay my ticket, and I paid like a fine of like almost $300, and he told me that's all I had to do.
Well, we'll try to sort that out.
I don't know what happened, to be honest. Because I think I still even have the receipt of that.
Well, hold on to that. Your lawyer would like to see that. Where do you work?
Oh, I'm not working right now. I got laid off. I used to work in Morehouse.
Okay.
They laid me off like 2 weeks ago. When I got pulled over, they laid me off because I missed work and
Well, because you couldn't get to work anymore. But obviously you're driving no insurance, you got in an accident and your license was suspended. I'm gonna set an attorney pretrial for September 6th. I'm gonna appoint an attorney for you on all cases. The good news is I got $500 of bond. He needs to get fingerprinted.
Yes, sir.
In the old case.
We're going there next.
Because that insurance case is punishable by up to a year in jail, it requires that you get fingerprinted. So we'll take care of that. We'll get an attorney. And your next court date will be September 6th at 8:30.
excuse me, Judge.
Yes?
If I get my insurance, that would help any.
Yes, it would. Bring a copy of that with you. They could change that to something else. They'll find out what's going on with the Indiana cases. Yeah, if you have that receipt where you paid money, save that. If you do get insurance, bring that.
Okay.
All right, you're good to go.
Thank you, sir. Judge. Appreciate it.
Okay, I'll see you in September. That's what Susan said. Luis Manuel Cueta Lopez from Washington Street, Sturgis, is charged with operating with a high blood alcohol level under state statute. He does not appear to be here. I have an address. Let's see what I can tell. The ticket doesn't say what the blood alcohol level is. Show cause first. There's no phone.
Okay, we're approaching the 20-minute mark, which is normally when, in general, there's an influx of people. So I think we can switch over to the Hutch jewelry trial now. Before I do a little recap on that, who did I miss? Hey, Steve. Hey, Don. Been a minute. Hey, Karen. Okay, so let me just switch over here. I found an article that thankfully is not updated with spoilers, I think. Should be okay. So, in case you missed the first day, we're in preliminary hearings. His wife is testifying, the victim's wife. Here's what we know so far. 3 men, which is Marco Bisbikis, Angelo Raptoplous, and Roy Larry. They are all facing charges of first-degree premeditated murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder, assault with intent to murder, and 2 counts of felony firearm in connection with the shooting. And the shooting that they're referring to is Daniel Hutch, is his nickname, Hutchinson, who owned Oak Park Jewelers, was shot dead. He was shot near the shop, and his wife was there as well. She was in the car. Where did I find where exactly she was? I think we might have heard it. I don't think I read it here. I think I heard it. I think I heard it in the pre-trial. She was in the car and she was okay. There are some feelings about her in general, but she's not been charged with anything. She did get immunity. They had some tainted money, to put it nicely. And yeah, something's off, but I can't tell you what yet because I don't know myself. Right, let's hop over to that. There is also a summary in the description. And I'm going to put myself here. I need to sort out a camera for the cats. Currently do not have any here.
What my husband referred to was coin talk with Alex. Alex loves.
I'm going to go back a little bit. Unfortunately, this is one that the sound is not amazing, but it is boosted on my side and I've got the closed captions. It does sometimes feel like it gets better, but unfortunately, it's not me. It is actually the way that they recorded it. They did not record it from two sources, and then when they uploaded it, they didn't change it from mono to stereo.
And you continue to use him through April, May, and June, and into June.
Correct.
Right. You never met the people at El Bravo.
No.
You never went out to Vegas to meet with the actors.
What they're talking about now is, this is a part that I haven't been able to fill in. That's very confusing. Her lawyer, the Bisbikis guy, he was in a movie, and the relevance of this movie, we don't know, but we do know it was a horrible movie. So I'll save you that.
I'm going to move on. Okay. So I want to talk about the trust. Okay. The will itself does not provide for Marco as a beneficiary. Would you agree?
I don't know. I would need to see
Did
it.
you ever tell anybody that Marco had written himself in the will?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Did you ever say to anybody on this earth ever that Marco wrote himself into the will?
It's possible.
Okay. Did you see the media reports?
Some of them.
Did they come from you?
No.
Did they come from somebody directed by you?
No.
The media reports were that Marco had written himself into the will.
Well, objection to the relevance of this. I mean, the media reports, everything, the Tigers, and, what is the relevance of this? What does this have to do with a conspiracy to commit murder and a murder?
Your Honor, as this investigation has been continued, and we've heard that from police officers in this case, there have been various theories that have been fostered, both in chambers and out of chambers. The first theory was that Marco had written himself into the will. Well, he had not. The second theory was that Marco had a financial motive. We're trying to address the issue of a financial motive, and that it wasn't the will. And now the third theory is that because he now has written his name as a third alternative trustee in the trust estate, that he must have had some interest that was unusual and that was motivated to kill.
You want me to respond to that last statement.
You're asking me for my reasons for the relevance.
Okay.
If you say it isn't, then I'll move on. If you say it is, I'd like to explore it.
May I just make a brief response?
Sure.
He's talking about the first theory, the second theory. Whose theories is he talking about?
What difference are these
I mean, I'm
theories
feeling
make?
the free process.
I guess there's an argument. I'm not gonna say these are defenses, I assume, that you will use at trial. She has indicated she never was a proponent of any of these theories, so I will sustain the objection and issue the motion. Thank you.
you were shown the trust document. You remember looking at it?
Yes,
You remember that there was a line for Marco to sign on the trust document?
yes,
That line was excised, and then another signature for Mr. Raptoplous was there? Okay. Were you there when that was done? Was there a discussion about the reason for that?
yes, I don't remember exactly, but it's just that Marco's involvement took him out from being a witness. to
Right.
sign.
And so because he was potentially going to be a trustee in a case, that he
Well,
would be,
that's not
that
what,
he would not be,
I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to get the question out. Maybe I'll do it better. Was it because of the potential that as a trustee of the estate, that he could not be a witness and that it might in some way affect the validity of the trust?
Was it, you're asking me, was it because of the potential, or was it?
Yeah, why was it,
discussed?
was it Xed out because of that?
The potential?
Potential that if he does have to serve, that he can't serve if he's a witness.
I don't recall.
Okay. And you were there with Kyle, right? And Marco, when this was signed?
Angelo?
No, Kyle.
Kyle was not.
Kyle,
Kyle
no,
was not present.
Kyle Murphy is his associate. He wasn't there.
I don't remember Kyle being there, but he's not on the document.
And it's the trust document that is supposed to be the motive for the murder.
Objection.
Is that a theory that you
No,
are aware of?
Wait a minute, I made an objection.
He's objecting.
On April the 5th,
Well, he's asking
15.
a different question, so
I
I guess
am-
he's
I am.
agreeing with you, Mr. Swinsky.
I am too. The will and trust were executed on what day?
I believe April 14th.
On April the 14th, then, the four items that you outlined for the trust were reviewed by you in your direct testimony, you remember?
Yes.
Was one of the properties that was supposed to have been pled into the trust the pawnbroker studio?
I don't know.
Well,
Was that,
can I see
was
the
that,
exhibit?
yeah, yes, was it?
I'm going to show you because you're not sure.
It's at the back. They're at the back.
If that's what I agreed to earlier, I'll agree to it again.
So now you remember.
Yes.
Okay. This is on April the 14th. And the closing was supposed to take place on April the 15th.
Correct.
And that document was supposed to signify placing the property into the trust.
Yes.
And you were examined relating to Marco's cancellation of that and the fact that it was not closed when it was scheduled. And what was the importance of that?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking me.
The property did close 4 days later.
Yes,
Okay. The property was already pledged into the trust.
yes,
Marco was supposed to be the trustee that was supposed to be able to benefit from his trusteeship if you were killed or if your husband was killed, or
Yes.
both of you were killed, right?
or die,
I'm sorry.
or die from natural
Or die, but this is a motive for murder, and that's what it's been purported to be.
Well,
So I'm just trying to get into that.
Judge, that's assuming a fact that's not in evidence. I mean, who's purporting that to be? The witness?
What motivation would Marco have not to close and not to put property into a trust if he intended to kill
Objection. That calls,
and benefit from that particular property?
objection that calls for speculation.
You can ask if she knows.
If you know. Does that make sense to you?
Do you want a theory?
I asked you a theory. I
Okay.
want you to respond.
I
How does that make
Whether it
sense?
makes sense to her is irrelevant. This court is the
Sustained.
trier of fact.
Sustain. How much more do you think we have, Mr. Chairman?
Judge, I'm gonna be done in less than 15 minutes. I'm running out of paper.
And how long do you think you will be, Mr. Bellata?
Not too long, Your Honor, probably about, 15, 20 minutes,
And Mr.
maybe
Taylor?
less.
Probably say.
I wouldn't mind having a break, just for 10 minutes.
Well, can I just finish and then,
As soon as Mr., but my, yeah, I want Mr. Thomas finish. The issue is your FBI agent,
The FBI agents have been sitting in the desk, yes.
and how long do you need for those two witnesses?
But between, for just me, an hour.
And they
That would
would
be
be
for
taken out of order. The original plan was that Mr. Darnell Larry would testify before them. I'm sorry,
Darnell Larry.
Darnell Larry, yes, on Friday the 24th.
I'm sorry, it was the end of, I didn't mean to disrespect your name.
Don't worry, man. I'm gonna make sure I'm okay. I don't know about nobody else. I'm gonna make sure I'm covered.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, I'll just do one question and I'm done.
Sounds like a plan.
I mean, the lawyer's promise.
Okay. So you say just one.
Did you have your phone with you that day?
Well, I had it.
What day?
I'm sorry, I shouldn't finish.
Which day?
What day?
Oh, June 1st.
Okay,
Judge, I'm hard of hearing. I'm sorry about that.
okay.
It's not that I don't listen. My wife says that.
You probably would
What-
agree with her.
But she'll be happy to hear it.
I had my phone with me in the morning and then I forgot it at the jewelry store for our meeting with Marco.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Bellata, you're asking for.
Well, I can go.
I mean, we need a 5-minute
No,
break.
I'm good.
Do you need a break?
Yeah, that's it.
I just want to get it done.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. I appreciate you being here today. I know this area of questions is bringing up a lot of members, and I apologize in advance for if I did sit here. But I do have to tell you that I represent Mr. Angelo Raptoplous.
Yes.
So I do have to ask you some questions. So let me ask you, how do you know Angelo?
I know Angelo through Marco.
And about how many times have you actually met with him in person or seen him in person? More than 10 times?
I would say 10 to 20.
10 to 20? Thank you. And how would you describe your relationship with my client, Mr. Raptoplous?
I would say acquaintance.
Have you ever socialized with my client?
No, but he has been to my house.
About how many times?
I believe once, maybe twice.
Okay. And you were talking recently in your testimony about signing the trust. I guess the will and the trust were signed the same day at Oliver and Marco's law office. And I noticed from documents that Mr. Raptoplous, my client, signed as a witness. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that he wasn't sitting there with you while you were meeting with Marco? He was brought in to sign because Marco couldn't sign. Is that right?
Yes.
So Angelo, he was somewhere else, correct? So he may have been having coffee. You just don't know what he was doing, but he wasn't in your meeting, correct?
He was somewhere in the law office, and then when it came time to sign, he was brought into the contact room.
Right. But you have no knowledge of whether he read that document?
No.
Or he knew what he was signing?
I have no
correct?
knowledge of that.
He signed as a witness, correct? That's all you know he did.
Correct.
And as far as you know, he didn't stand to benefit directly from this trust agreement or the will, correct?
Correct.
He wasn't a trustee in the event that something should happen to your husband or you, correct?
Correct.
Back to Alex Zakalaris. A few questions about him. It sounds like you and your husband were sounds like you're pretty close to him.
At times. Yes, at times.
Yes, and I say that because from your testimony, it sounds like it wasn't easy being friends with him. Fair to say?
Fair.
And then Mr. Thomas asked you some questions about this, and I want to go back to it a little bit. Right, the night before this horrible tragedy happened at Church Road, the night before, did Alex come by your house? Do you remember?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I don't remember.
Okay. Would he at times come to your house to see your husband or you?
Yes.
And did any of those times turn ugly? And I say ugly, I mean, did he ever make any threats or act out of control during those times he visited you at your house?
He never made any threats. Anyone that knows Alex knows that he can act out of control, but that was not out of character.
Well, let me just ask you about your experiences with that, because you made a point to say that he wasn't violent, but then Mr. Thomas asked you questions about Mr. Zakalaris having a history of violence, and you said, yes, but he wasn't violent with us. Is that right? Meaning you and your husband, is that correct? But you were aware that he had done violent things in the past, correct?
Yes.
And I don't need to get into all of those things, but you were just aware generally that he had engaged in acts of violence against his own family members, for instance, correct?
Yes.
And was there a dispute about some gold coins between Dan, your husband, and Alex Zakalaris
Yes.
at the time, in the time period prior to your husband being killed?
Well, there was always what my husband referred to was coin talk with Alex. Alex loved to talk about coins. It was a hobby of his. It was a passion of his. And so, as far as a dispute, it was always up in the air. The status of the coins.
What type of coins were they? Were they gold coins, or do you know?
They were gold. Most of them were gold. Yes.
And it got to the point, at least this time, maybe this was one of the multiple times that he was sort of on the outs with your husband. It got to the point where your husband blocked him, I guess. Mr. Thomas gave you an exact date, I think in April, possibly last year, but your husband blocked him from on his phone, correct?
Correct.
And shortly, moments before he was shot, your husband was shot, Alex Zakalaris pulled up alongside of your vehicle. Did you find that, was that odd? Were you expecting him to be there?
It wasn't odd, but we weren't expecting him to be there.
Like, do you know how he knew you guys would be there? If you know.
2 weeks prior to the murder, I was at the pawn shop myself with electricians and tradespeople, and Alex had popped in because he knows our vehicles, and he stopped in and I showed around, and we talked for a little bit, and so.
Is that when Alex first found out that you guys were buying that particular pawn shop?
I don't know.
That's the first time. Is that the first time you saw him in relationship to the pawn shop?
I believe so.
So he just popped into the pawn shop?
So he just popped in, he saw our vehicles there, and he popped in.
I guess what I'm kind of getting at is, had he been, like, I don't want to say stalking you guys, but had he been, does he follow you? Do you know? Like, how does he know where you guys are? It seemed like he knew where you guys were on June 1st. I'm trying to eventually get to that.
Well, he would come to the jewelry store often. He was acquaintances, quasi friends with some of the guys that work there. And so it was not uncommon for Alex to pop in at any point in time. He didn't have a 9-to-5 job. He didn't have a schedule. So he would come into the jewelry store, and the jewelry store is only, less than a mile from the pawn shop. So
you and Dan were your husband were at the the jewelry store just before you went over to Marco's office for that 11 o'clock meeting on June 1st.
Yes.
Did you or your husband tell anyone at the jewelry store, you know, if Alex comes looking for us, don't tell him where we're going? In other words, were you trying to, did you tell people not to disclose to Alex your plans that morning?
I did not say that, and I did not hear my husband say that.
Okay. Do you know how he happened upon you shortly before the 12:36 p.m. shooting?
I don't know.
Did you speak with him at all while he was parked next to you in that driveway that we saw in the video right before the shooting?
No.
Did he appear to be trying, did you see him try to speak with your husband or you? I guess I'm trying to understand, what was he doing sitting there? He's just sitting there? Your
Yes.
husband's window's open, so
Yes.
what's that all about?
He pulled up, and it appeared that he was trying to talk to my husband. He always tried to get, time with my husband, and
Okay.
a lot of times my husband would have to brush him off because he just wouldn't have time for it in that moment. So.
Right. And as far as the man in the van, had you ever seen that fellow before, Mr. Clarence Lewis? I think his last name is Lewis. You mentioned him as Clarence.
I've never seen him before.
And when he was talking to you about being a prior, I think you said he was a prior customer of pay vending, is that right?
Yes.
And was there anything suspicious that you thought, or did you believe that he was a prior customer? Was there any thing that caused you to think maybe he was part of some kind of setup?
It felt like he was.
Just because of the timing, you know why I'm asking.
Yes. The timing, of course, looking back, I thought that he could have been part of the setup. It felt like he was stalling. It felt like he was repeating himself.
That's kind of what I was getting at. Like, can you describe his conversation to you? And what do you mean by stalling?
It just felt like he talked to us about buying, I believe, an anniversary gift for his wife. But what he said could have been said in 30 seconds, but a couple minutes later, he's still out there saying something.
Because when you watch the video, you've seen him before.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's
Yes.
probably extremely, I'm sure it's extremely difficult. But you see that he's just there. It seems like forever. He's standing there talking to you. But you didn't know him, but he was just sort of repeating himself about anniversary presents.
Yes. And the DJ equipment.
And that thing about 16, I think you said you were talking about, talking with him about the fact that you had a daughter also. I think you said he had a daughter, maybe?
He said they have 2 kids, yes.
Okay. And you were talking about how Marley was 16. Right. Did you hear, when you listened to that audio, did you hear someone say or yell? It almost sounds like yelling.
Yeah.
But you're the witness. Did it sound like someone was yelling 16 shortly before
Yes.
the bike came around the corner and the shooting happened?
Yes.
Do you know who said that?
I believe when he heard that we have a 16-year-old daughter, like, wow, 16. I think that's what that was in response to.
And I noticed in your private investigators, and you've read that report closely, haven't you?
Yes.
Your investigators pointed out that man.
Objection, that's hearsay.
That's
hearsay.
Ask her opinion.
That's hearsay. What he's about to do is, he's getting something out of a report. Most people are not here, that's hearsay.
Mr. Skrinsky knows that hearsay is an out-of-court statement offered for the truth. I'm not asking about for any information that's offered for the truth of anything. I'm going to ask her about something that's mentioned in the report and ask her what she observed. That's what I'm asking.
Hearsay. It's hearsay.
Well, I guess you can answer if she observed something.
With all due respect, Your Honor, Mr. Skrinsky went, and Mr. Thomas also, they went through this report. I should be able to ask questions about the report. I'm not asking.
No, Judge, that's.
Let me just ask the question, and we can have an actual argument about the rules of evidence. I'd be happy to do that with Mr. Skrinsky.
Ask the question.
Yes, so the question is, in the report, it talks about that man in the van. And it talks about something. I want to ask you if you saw it. Did you see him?
Hold on. Why don't you just ask her if she saw what
Yeah,
you
did you
wanted?
see him? The man put his hands up behind his head when he was talking to you. Did he do anything like that? Any kind of signaling?
Objection, wait a minute, that's a completely different question. He said, did he put his hands over his head was he signaling? Those are two questions, and the second one calls for speculation.
I'll rephrase it. Did the van guy, Mr. Clarence, did he ever put his arms up in such a way that you thought he might be trying to signal someone?
No,
Did you see him put his hands on his head?
I saw him gesture and throw himself back when he said 16, and he emphasized 16.
Did you ever see him look? Do you know where the Taco Bell is?
Yes,
Around the corner. Did you ever see him look in that direction?
I did not observe that.
Have you ever had any phone calls with Darnell Larry?
No.
Warren Larry, I assume not.
No.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
But Alex Sacalaris, was his phone number in your phone?
Yes.
And did you have contact with him on
Yes.
occasion? To your knowledge, was your husband ever a witness in a federal investigation of Marco Bisbikis?
To my knowledge, no.
To your knowledge, or were you ever a witness in any federal investigation of Marco Bisbikis?
No.
Do you or your husband have any ties to any organized crime group?
No.
And do you have any personal knowledge that Marco Bisbikis had any ties to any organized crime group?
No personal
Did
knowledge.
Mr. Bisbikis ever represent that he had mafia ties?
I don't know. Not that I recall. No.
You don't remember him talking about that at all?
No.
Now, you went to talk to the U.S. Attorney's Office, didn't you, in downtown Detroit, to talk with a federal prosecutor named Brant Cook? Is that right?
No.
No.
I never went downtown Detroit.
Okay. Did you meet in your lawyer's office or wherever you met? You were interviewed by an assistant United States attorney named Brant Cook.
I don't recall his name, but if that, there was,
Does he have light hair, like kind of blonde hair? Do you remember what he looked like? I'm just trying to figure out who you're talking.
he had just had hip surgery.
Okay. Do you know the name Craig Winter?
I don't.
No, but do you know if there was a federal prosecutor meeting with you?
Yes,
And where did that happen?
it happened at Freed Saperstein's law firm.
Okay, at the law firm, okay. And they gave you a document to sign called a proffer letter, correct?
Correct.
And you know that proffer letter said that you can't be prosecuted federally for using any statement you gave them, correct?
Correct.
Did they also explain, though, that that did not give you immunity from any federal crime that you committed?
Correct.
So as you sit here today, if you don't know, you can say you don't know. I'm not asking you for a legal opinion. I just want to know what you think. Do you believe that you're immune from prosecution for instance, federal tax evasion by the federal authorities?
Objection. I would ask for a foundation for any information that she may have about that, because it could lead to an attorney-client privilege issue.
I'll rephrase my question. As you sit here today, do you believe that you are immune from being prosecuted by the federal government for tax evasion, which you've already basically described you were doing?
I believe that the papers I signed provided protection.
The papers that you signed, don't they just relate to that particular meeting? That anything you say at that meeting would not be used against you? If you know, if you don't know.
I don't.
And do you know why the federal government wanted to even meet with you? What they were investigating by having you give a statement to them?
they wanted to know what I knew about Marco Bisbikis and his goings on at the law firm.
Okay, so is it fair to say then your proper statement or your statement to your attorney's office with the federal prosecutor and an FBI agent, correct, was there?
Yes.
And that had to do with this case in Marco, correct? All right, so it didn't have anything to do with any investigation of you or your husband, correct? And talking about the cash, how did you arrive at that number of $5 to $10 million in cash that was not reported in 2020 and 2021 that you used for various things? How did you come up with that number?
It was an approximation.
I guess approximation based on what? Because basically you said that nothing's really written down.
Right, based on the sales that were written down and the field for the day and the day-to-day business, yes.
So you had more of a general sense of how much cash. You never calculated it.
Correct.
How did you decide, by the way, how much money you were going to report and how much cash you were going to set aside and not report?
It wasn't predetermined. It was based on customers that came in and transactions that necessitated it.
Okay. So I want to get to that because you said in your original testimony that when that you knew that customers, and this may have been on cross, but at some point in your testimony you said that some customers simply don't want to fill out those Form 8300s.
Yes.
When I say Form 8300, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
And that requires a person's name, their driver's license number, their social security number, correct? And so some of your clients, for whatever reason, don't want to give that information, correct? And so that would benefit them to not have to fill those forms out, correct?
Correct.
And make them more likely to want to do business with you and your husband, correct?
Correct.
And that's why you did it, correct?
Yes.
But there was another reason you did it too, isn't there? Besides accommodating your customers?
That was the primary reason.
Okay. But it also allowed you to not report that money because if you filled out the 8300 and yourself and sent it in, then you would be expected to declare that on your income tax return.
Right. That was not the driving force. We were doing quite well without doing that. It was because customers in that form.
But the benefit to you was then you have all this non-tax income, correct? That you get to keep.
That we got to keep in cash form that ultimately you can only do so much for cash.
Understood. And did you lie to your accountants? Did you mislead your accountants about how much income you had?
It never came up.
Your accountant never told you that, hey, I have to report all your income. What's your income? They never asked that?
They did, and we provided what we did to them.
Right. But so you misled them because you didn't provide the other cash numbers, correct?
Correct.
Because if you had told your accountants about that, then they might have reported that, and then
Correct.
you didn't do the 8300s, et cetera. That would cause problems potentially for you, correct?
Correct.
You said that you trusted Marco up until the point where the private investigators informed you that there was a relationship between Marco and the Larry family, specifically Darnell Larry, correct?
Correct.
Did Marco ever threaten your husband or you?
No, not. He never threatened me, and I never witnessed him threaten my husband.
And so, and you would agree with me that simply because Marco Bisbikis didn't reveal the fact that he was friends with Darnell Larry, that doesn't mean that he is a murderer, does it, in your mind?
He denied knowing anything about the Larrys, and to me, it made him very suspicious that he was hiding something.
So that was enough for him not to trust you, correct? Or not for you not to trust him, correct?
Correct.
But that wasn't necessarily enough to convince you that he's a killer, correct?
It was everything else that came into play.
And that everything else that came into play, wouldn't a big part of that be what Darnell Larry said to the police?
A big part of that for me was the money that he had access to of ours, and also the fact that he gained to benefit from my husband and I both dying as the trustee of.
You're talking about the trust?
Yes.
What was the state of your relationship with your husband around the time that he passed away? Were you on good terms? Were you close? Just generally, I don't need your pride, I just want to understand.
The state of our relationship was excellent.
So there was no like infidelity on either side or anything like that?
No, we just spent days in New York together, and we just spent weekends at the lake together.
And you guys worked together a lot, even during business hours, correct?
We were together a lot.
Was there any life insurance policies taken out on your husband's life?
Yes.
And have those been paid?
Yes.
And how much in total?
There was one policy that was written up shortly after our daughter was born, in the amount of $250,000.
And that's it?
That's it.
Oh, one more thing I wanted to ask you. You said that Marco, I'm talking about the morning of June 1st. You testified about this, I believe on direct, that Marco said that he had to push back the meeting, push up the meeting till 11.
Yes.
You couldn't do it at noon, correct?
Correct.
And then he gave you the options of either 3 p.m. or some other day, correct?
Yes.
So Marco wasn't saying that you had to meet on that day at 11 o'clock. He said it could be 3 o'clock or it could be some other day, correct?
Correct.
Did you file amended tax returns for the tax years 2020 and 2021?
I don't believe so.
So you still owe federal taxes and all that unreported income, the $10 to $20 million.
Objection to relevance.
Goes to her credibility issues.
In what way?
Admitting to committing federal crimes.
Oh, do you know? No, we've not amended tax returns.
And that just means, maybe you don't know the terminology, that just means you corrected your tax returns before when you weren't reporting all that money for 2020, 2021.
Right.
I'm asking you, did you go back and change that to reflect that? All that money?
No.
You did not do that. Is that something you plan on doing?
Yes.
And would you agree, and I'm sorry to bring this back to that terrible time, but this is my last question. You would agree that at the time the shooting started, the car started moving away from the shooter, correct? You saw that
Yes.
in the video. And in fact, and then is that because, could you tell whether your husband had hit the gas to get away? Could you tell? Or was it all just a blur? You can't remember anything?
I think it was the position of the car and the incline, and I think his foot came off the pedal.
Okay, but you said it came off the gas. Did you mean to take off the brake?
Maybe I did mean that. Yeah.
Did you mean to take his foot off the brake? To see if it-
I believe so, because it had to have been in drive if it was And we were at the approach of the driveway, so we were getting ready to pull outside. I believe that the car was in drive, his foot was on the brake, and then it came up. And so it drifted and stopped.
It moved away from the shooter, correct? As he was still shooting, correct?
Yes.
At least that's what the video shows. Correct? And that's consistent with what you remember, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor.
I promise to be brief.
You had your comments. Nothing else?
No. I can still say that. Ms. Hutchinson, both of these attorneys have covered a lot of the things that we're going to ask, but I want to just cover a couple things that you testified to. You indicated that in mid-April, your husband had blocked Mr. Sacalaris from his phone. Am I correct?
It was, I found out after the fact, yes.
He was blocked, but Mr. Sacalaris still had access to you.
Yes.
And so from mid-April up until June 1st, you would have conversations with Mr. Sacalaris.
Well, I don't know.
Telephone conversations.
Oh, well, not telephone conversations, but he had stopped at the pawn shop during that window. Beyond that, I would not know.
I believe you indicated that 2 weeks prior to June 1st, he had stopped by the pawn shop.
Approximately, yes.
Sometimes, from time to time, your husband would get annoyed with Mr. Sacalaris. And you described that his mental state already, am I correct?
Yes.
That he was up and down, and particularly if he was on his medication or not. That dictated a lot of what his behavior would be like.
Yes.
And despite the up and down relationship that he had with your husband could tolerate him when he was on his medication.
Correct.
But there had these exchange of coins and things of that nature, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. You described your business somewhat, and you indicated that you were practically acting as a pawn shop prior to purchasing the pawn shop you guys were going to move into, am I correct? And when I say that, let me describe it like this. There were people that you did business with that you would loan money to, and you would hold on to pieces that they purchased from you. Am I correct? And you said that on most of the time, those individuals would come back and pay you the money, and you return pieces.
Yes.
And to the best of your recollection, you didn't remember any pieces that were being kept for a long period of time.
To the best of my memory, yes.
And based on your Instagram account, you realized that some of the individuals that you dealt with were rappers and entertainers and things of that nature.
Correct.
And a lot of the people that you dealt with, I should say some of the people that you dealt with, were individuals that were not concerned about completing 8300 forms based on the purchases they made from you. Am I correct? Am I using the right terminology when I say interested in doing it? Or they just simply wouldn't do it given the nature of the cash that they would exchange for the purchases?
Correct.
And you and your husband, in order to maintain the integrity of your clients who dealt with you in a fashion, simply wouldn't fill out the 8300 forms for those particular clients. Am I correct? And I think it had been asked, but I want to ask it this way. Did it ever occur to you that some of these clients may have been having some unscrupulous dealings?
It's a possibility.
And I say unscrupulous, and I should have said may have been involved in some criminal activity.
And I mean, could have been possible.
And you tend to know that individuals that are involved in this type of criminal activity may have violent tendencies.
I don't know that my stretch went to that.
Okay. But you indicated that Mr. Sacalaris himself had some type of violent tendencies as well.
He had a history of it. I never witnessed it.
You never was there, never displayed it to your husband, am I
Correct.
On June 1st, at the time that you and your husband were leaving the pawn shop, you were completely surprised by Mr. Sacaleras coming into the parking lot that day, am I correct?
It was unannounced. To say I was surprised, for Alex to pop up at any given time is not a surprise. It's just what it is.
You indicated yourself that your husband thought that it was weird or strange that the white van that was on the side of Miller Street, that van was there, am I correct?
Yes.
At that time. And the person who was later identified as Mr. Lewis, he engaged you in some trivial conversation in reference to the pawn shop and the previous owner of the pawn shop. Am I correct?
That is correct.
And if you can tell us, I believe you indicated that you purchased a pawn shop in April 15th or April 19th when it closed.
Yes.
Am I correct? And how long had the pawn shop been closed? Had it been closed at that point in time?
Yes.
And do you know how long it had been closed prior to purchasing?
A year, perhaps more.
So it had been a little more than a year, but this gentleman, Mr. Lewis, wanted to engage you about purchasing things from that particular pawn shop.
Correct.
And you indicated that your concentration during the course of that period of time was mainly with Mr. Lewis and conversing with him.
Yes.
And you even got to the point where you started discussing the age of the children.
Correct.
And at that moment in time, you indicated that you noticed a person on the bike go past. And am I correct?
Correct.
And how long after that person went past did you start hearing gunshots?
It wasn't immediate. It was like a minute or so.
A minute or so. And initially, and to this day, you don't know where those gunshots were coming from. Or you didn't initially, I'm sorry, I apologize. You didn't know that they were gunshots initially. You said you just heard bang, bang, bang. Am I correct?
Yes.
And then you noticed that your husband was injured.
Yes.
And you didn't know where they were coming from. Am I correct?
Correct.
And let me ask this question. I apologize for backtracking just a little bit. Your husband had a CPO.
Yes.
He had his weapon on him on that day. Am I correct? And it was your testimony that the weapon was possibly tucked away in the back area.
Correct.
It was not sitting on his lap as Alex drove up. Am I correct?
I can't speak to that. It is more likely that it was tucked in his back than on his lap because he didn't keep it on his lap.
Okay. It's safe to say that he never rolled his window down when Alex pulled up.
Correct.
And then as the vehicle lurched forward, you attempted to render aid to your husband.
Yes.
After the police arrived, how long if you remember, how long were you outside of your vehicle until the ambulance arrived?
I didn't get out of I don't know about the ambulance. I didn't get out of the vehicle until the first responders arrived. I don't know when the ambulance arrived.
And you don't know where, at some point, the ambulance medical personnel took your husband away from that area, am I correct?
Correct.
You did not go with them.
No, I did not.
You were still there talking to officers, trying to get a sense of what took place.
Yes.
And at some point, the officers wanted to get into the pawn shop to see if the cameras were operating, see if it captured the sequence of events that had just taken place.
Correct.
I believe you indicated at some point you initially called 911. Am I correct?
Yes.
And you called Marco's office at some point.
Yes,
And did I hear you correctly, or when you indicated that Alex was at Marco's office when you called?
no,
Okay, he was not there.
he was, I indicated in the call that Alex was at the scene when it happened.
Okay, I apologize. Like I said, that's why I asked the question. I
Yes.
thought I heard something different. And it's safe to say that prior to June 1st, you had never heard the name of Darnell Larry. Am I correct?
Correct.
And you had never heard the name of Roy Larry.
Correct.
And you had never seen these two individuals at all prior to June 1st. Am I
No.
correct?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
As a result of the honest question, can I explore one area, please?
Can I ask one more question before you do that? And then I'm done, I promise.
Go ahead. Go, Mr.
Since I
Blanc.
didn't ask for many, there's some people.
It's not a contest. Go ahead,
Um,
Mr. Blanc.
We heard testimony from other officers that there was $69,000 cash.
Yes,
Can you stop talking? I'm sorry. I can't hear the witness and I can't hear myself. 69,000 cash in the car at the time of the shooting.
yes,
10,000 was on Dan, your husband, correct?
correct,
And then 59,000 was somewhere else?
yes,
Where was that? What was that in?
it was a backpack.
Okay. Was it common around this time for you and your husband to carry large sums of cash?
Yes, so we were coming off of Memorial Day weekend and then our days in New York. So we hadn't been to work in, almost a week's time.
I guess just generally, would it be uncommon for your husband to carry maybe $10,000 in cash at any given time?
No, that wasn't uncommon.
And do you know whether Marco would have been aware of that? That he would carry cash?
Marco would know that he had cash on him,
That's all.
but not.
So, you mentioned that you went to New York,
Yes,
and there was a question asked by Mr. Barada regarding New York. Did you ever go to New York, with your husband in order to transfer money to the jewelers there?
yes,
Was Marco involved?
yes.
Did Marco bring cash that you had given him that had been accumulated to go to the jewelers? Do you know the amounts of those transactions?
$1 million to $2 million.
Can I suggest 3.5 million on one occasion?
You can suggest whatever you like.
And does that ring a bell?
Not particularly,
So it wasn't 3.5 million. How big was the bag?
I don't know.
Were you there when the transfer took place?
Yes,
So you must know, you must have seen it.
there was a suitcase, but I don't
How
recall.
big was the suitcase?
I don't remember.
Was it a large suitcase that people would carry clothes in, or was it a small suitcase that I might carry my law stuff in?
It would be a closed suitcase, a clothing suitcase.
And if there were hundreds,
Yeah.
could you imagine there might be more than $1 million?
Yeah.
How many times did that happen?
Twice.
And you were there on those two occasions. Had your husband been going back and forth to New York between the years of 20 and 21 that you were not present?
There were times where he went when I wasn't present.
Were you aware that Marco had been taking money for him on those occasions as well?
I don't recall Marco going with just my husband.
When you did go, did you have other people there?
Yes,
And there were people from the jewelry store?
there was my daughter. Yeah, and yes,
People from the jewelry store?
yes,
Daryl Hasty?
yes,
Who else?
that's it.
Okay, on those two occasions, did you guys go to dinner together?
Yes,
Did you go to a place called Gallagher's?
yes.
Do you know what the dates of those two events were?
Offhand, I do not.
Can you tell me what years they were in?
Somewhere between 2020 and 29.
2022. The procedure that was employed is that you would either fly or drive yourself,
Yes,
and that Marco was to bring the cash.
correct.
And he was trusted to bring the cash,
Yes,
and he did bring the cash and deliver it?
yes.
Okay, and this was in the Diamond District or is there a Diamond District that you guys deal in? Or is it a jeweler district independent of that where the gold is exchanged?
This Diamond District.
Do you know who the people are that were being paid the money that Marco was driving over there?
Some of them, I do.
Please name them.
At this, I'd have to go back to the records.
Off the
Offhand, I
top of your
don't,
head, you don't remember any names?
I don't remember any names.
Did you involve yourself in those transactions? Did you see the money being delivered?
No,
And that money was being delivered in exchange for either jewelry, diamonds, or gold?
correct. Payment for inventory.
And it was, you don't know exactly the amount, but it was in the millions.
Correct.
And on at least 2 occasions, but it could have been more that you don't know about.
Correct.
Just a New York question, if I could. So when you paid for the diamonds or the gold with cash, right? You said it was obviously over $10,000 in cash, right? You're talking about $1 million or more, correct?
So I wasn't there for a lot of that.
All right. Do you know, to your knowledge, do you know if there was any kind of 8300, any kind of forms filled out by the seller of those items?
So, like I said, I wasn't there for a lot of that. I would go more for the fun parts of New York and the shopping and the clothes and the things. Yep, and to spend time with.
So you don't know. So the answer is that you don't know if there were
Correct.
those forms filled out. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Squinsby?
I just want one question. Why did you give Mr. Bisbikis the money and then travel separately? That's what you're saying you did?
Yes,
Why was he given all this cash to carry?
because he presented to us that if we were pulled over with the money, going across state lines, that it could get confiscated, and it likely would. And because he's an attorney, he would have privilege as to where the money came from.
He would have privilege as to where the money came from.
Correct.
All right, so if you were taking the money and you were stopped, it could be confiscated because it's basically illegal money, right?
We would have to prove the origin of the money. It would look suspicious.
That's, we get into the evasion, the tax problems and the lack of filing the 8200s and that kind of stuff, right? Okay, thank you.
You flew to New York, right?
At times.
At times. You don't want to go through security with a large amount of cash, do you?
No.
That's the reason why you drove it, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
May this witness be excused from the
Yes.
courthouse?
I just excused you.
Thank you.
All right.
Our next two witnesses are the FBI people. Thank you. And
Are they an hour each? Are they?
you have to fire one.
And I represent Mr. Angelo Raptoplous. Is it okay if I stay here, Your Honor? Because I have my clips and stuff.
You can sit down. Record should reflect that Mr. Darnell Larry has taken a stand, and I would remind you, Mr. Larry, that you are still under oath. I have to- which one-
Welcome. Sorry, I nearly said Patricia. Priscilla, so happy to have you in the macaroni bowl.
Thank you. Okay, close enough. That's good. Okay. All right. Who is, you're going first, Mr. Gordon?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Larry. You're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Understand that? My name is Michael Milana,
Mhm.
and I represent Mr. Angelo Raptoplous, who
Yes,
I
sir.
know that you know, correct?
No, I do. Yes,
You
sir.
know him, correct?
Yes.
Can I ask that you keep your voice up? You're soft spoken, so it's hard for me to hear you.
Yes, sir.
If you could keep your voice up, I would appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Larry, your mother and Roy Larry's mother are sisters, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
You two are first cousins, right?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
This is not your first murder, correct?
No, sir, it's not.
Okay. You were convicted in 1992 or 1993 for
1992.
1992 homicide, correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
And isn't it true that you served, what is it, 20 years?
20 plus.
Sorry?
20 plus.
20 plus.
Yeah.
And when were you released?
The end of 2014, 2016, somewhere around that time. 2014, the end of 2014.
End of 2014.
Yeah.
You were released
August the 1st, I believe.
from the MDOC, from the Michigan
Yes,
Department of Corrections?
yes, sir.
And where were you? Where were you?
What do you mean?
Where were you? Where was your jail?
I was multiple jails.
Different ones?
Yeah, different ones. Yeah.
Well, isn't it true that you've lied to people about your murder conviction for the past 20 how many years? Since 2014, since you've been out. Isn't it true?
That is not true. That is incorrect. I haven't had a discussion about.
Okay, I just asked if it was true. You
No.
said no. Thank you. You answered my question.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to the next question.
Okay.
Isn't it true that you told people that murder back in 1992, you committed it because someone had killed your daughter? Isn't that what you told many people?
Let me make this perfectly clear to you.
I just want to know.
I want to ask you a question.
Sorry?
You asked me a question. I'm trying to give
Go
you.
ahead.
I want to respond to that question. I was gunned down in 1991, and I lost a loved one, a couple of people. In that, I was convicted of an individual getting killed prior, leading up to that. It has nothing to do with my daughter getting killed. Why I was convicted. I was convicted because I was supposed to order some people to shoot a house up.
Okay. So then you answer it. It sounds like you explained what really happened with regard to your loved ones, and I'm sorry that happened. But my question was.
Yeah, I lied to those people that asked me about the murder.
You lied to people that asked you about the murder, right?
Yeah, those particular people. What people? There's only one person that asked me about the murder since I've been home. Was Marco Bisbikis.
Did you tell Marco that the reason that you did that murder back in 1992 was to avenge the death of your daughter?
Yeah, because I didn't want him to actually really know why I went to prison.
So you.
Yeah, I lied. Yeah, I lied.
Okay. So the murder wasn't committed because your daughter had been killed, correct? That was not the reason the murder was committed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the reason that you paid Demetrius Taylor and Jerry Brown, do you remember those fellows?
I didn't pay Demetrius and Jerry Brown anything. I didn't give them any money. There was no money transfer at all, period.
Fair to say, though, that you were convicted of hiring people to shoot up a house and kill somebody, correct?
So I was convicted of that. I didn't give a statement. I didn't take the stand any of that. Yes, I'm just you're asking me a question. I'm trying to explain to you. You want me to recall something.
Mr. Lloyd, so he'll ask the questions. and
Yes,
if-
yes.
and if-
Roy, that's Darnell.
I apologize.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Sometimes I get confused. I'm trying to.
I didn't know that happened.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Darnell, you'll get an opportunity, and if the prosecutor wants to bring out more information, they certainly
Yes,
will
ma'am.
ask you more questions.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
if you can answer the question, it's fine. And he may cut you off. It'll just go smoother.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, don't argue with him. It doesn't.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the real facts about that murder had nothing to do with your daughter being killed. You just testified to that, correct?
Correct.
And really, it had to do with a drug rival. It was drug related, wasn't it?
Correct.
So you were dealing drugs back in 1992, correct?
Correct.
And a jury found you guilty, correct?
A judge found me guilty.
A judge of the bench trial?
Yes, sir.
And you said, you just testified, I think, that Marco Bisbikis was the only person that you told this false story to about your daughter.
That is correct.
Correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
But isn't it true that you also told that same lie about your previous murder to the police when you were arrested on August the 21st, 2022, last year?
We had, I don't recall that. We had multiple conversations.
You may have
It could be true.
repeated that lie.
It may have. Yes, sir. I may have repeated that.
So that the lie about why you committed the murder from 1992 may have been repeated to the police after you talked to Marco, correct?
It may have. Yes, sir.
After you lied to Marco about it, correct?
Correct.
And you were also convicted of a felony while you were in prison for dealing drugs?
Yes, I was.
Did you get additional sentence for that?
It was added on to my sentence.
How long was that on? You know?
Ran concurrent, I believe.
All right. You were arrested on August the 24th of last year, correct?
Of 2022.
Of last year, yes.
Yes,
2022.
that is correct.
And you were asked about being involved with the murder of Daniel Hutchinson, and you lied then, didn't you?
I did lie. Yes, I did.
In fact, you said that I have nothing to do with it, 100% guaranteed. Didn't you say that?
Yes, I did.
You said, you even added that I haven't assisted in killing anybody. Did you say that?
Yes, I did. That is correct.
And that was not true, correct?
It was not true.
You also lied about the whereabouts of that electric bike that was used to kill Hutch, that your cousin rode. You lied about where it was. Remember, they asked you on the day of your arrest, the police asked you, where is this bike? You showed them a receipt from or they showed you a receipt from the repair shop, and you said, if you go to my house right now, that bike I paid for is sitting in my living room. Didn't you say that?
I paid for 2 bikes to be repaired at that. One bike was.
You know they were asking you about the bike that they found from the murder scene, right? You
It
know
was like, yes, sir. That is correct.
And you told them that bike was still in your living room.
Yeah, that is correct.
And that was not true.
And that was not true.
That was another lie that you told.
I lied. That was correct.
Well, that was your first interview. I mean, maybe you got comfortable and you started telling the truth later. Is that right?
No. My second interview, I asked to speak to my wife.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a second.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me ask you this. In your second interview, let me back up for a second. You talked to your wife the second interview. That was a couple days after your arrest on August 26th. Does that sound about right?
I believe so.
Okay.
Mhm.
And after you talked to your wife, then is that when you decided that you would be truthful to the police?
I wanted to talk to my wife.
Right. And you did talk to her for a period of time.
And I did talk to her.
Right. And her name is Dawn.
Yeah. And
did that help you go back that day and tell the truth to the police?
I lied to the police in the beginning to save, to not to involve Marco Bisbikis.
I understand.
In that at all, period. That is facts. That is the reason why I lied.
But you, even after your wife had that talk with you on August 26th of last year, you continued to lie to the police. Isn't that true?
No, that's not correct.
All right, well, let's talk about that then.
Okay.
Your second interview on August 26, 2022, you told the police that my client, Angelo Raptoplous, bought the bike. That he was responsible for buying that electric bike. You told him that. You said, and I'll quote it if you want. You said, quote, the second time he showed up to my house, meaning Angelo, was when they purchased this bike and he messed up the chain, he being Roy, he messed up the chain on the back of whatever it is. Did you make that statement on August 26th?
I don't recall that, making that statement. I may have made that statement before I talked to my wife.
Isn't it true that you kept on lying to the police about who provided the bike used to commit the murder? You kept on lying up until your very last interview on October 26th of last year. Isn't that true? Is that yes?
Yes, ma'am. That is.
So finally, you changed your story on October 26th. That would have been your fifth interview, correct? There were 5 interviews. Does that sound right?
I don't know how many interviews.
There were a number of interviews, correct?
I don't. I believe. Are you talking at the police station?
Yes.
Only had 2 interviews at the police station.
I'm talking about interviews of you about the murder while you're in custody. You've had 5 of those. Would you agree?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And it wasn't until the 5th one, the very last one, that you finally were honest about who bought the bike that was used to commit the murder, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on that final interview, the 5th of 5 interviews, you said, okay, Angelo Raptoplous didn't buy the bike. Actually, I bought the bike for a pound of weed that I gave a guy on the street.
And that is correct.
Okay. So you eventually told the truth, but not about that, not until the last interview, correct?
That would be incorrect, sir. I told the truth the moment after I talked to my wife and noticed that was informed that Marco Bisbikis called my wife and he had Kyle.
Your answer is no.
No.
You know, it's not true. So,
Well, Judge, I would ask that the witness be allowed to finish his answer.
it was a yes or no answer.
Well, but,
Right, but it got cut off.
yeah, I mean, he was trying to add some information.
Well, and so then I would have an objection to the information only to say that it's hearsay and shouldn't be considered against Mr. Bisbikis, can only go to his state of mind.
Mr. Smith.
Judge, they asked the question, and he's trying to.
Your Honor, I'll let him answer. I'm not trying to make this take longer.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Go ahead and finish your answer.
I-
In the future, I would just appreciate if you listen to my question and just try to answer if you can with the yes or no. If you can't, that's fine. Thank you.
Yes, sir, I will. You asked me a question, and I was giving you an answer to the question about an interview. I told the police after I talked to my wife. She informed me that Bisbikis, Mr. Bisbikis, Marco Bisbikis, called her while we was in the interview. They didn't take her phone from her. But asking her, let me back up, on her way to see me, was asking her, was I incarcerated, was I arrested? Then he had Kyle, that worked for his law firm, text her. I'm sorry that Donta Larry is caught up in this stuff. That's when I began to tell the police the truth about what was going on, because you was not checking up on me to see whether I was all right. You was checking up on me to see if I was telling the police anything about you.
And so, Judge,
That is not.
objection, it should not apply to Mr. Bisbikis.
That is facts. That is not.
I'll move to my next question then. So it's your, I want to make sure that we're clear. It's your testimony that you told somebody from law enforcement, whether it was the Oak Park Police Department or the FBI, you told somebody from law enforcement prior to your last interview, October 26, 2022, you told them before that last interview that you bought the bike, not my client, correct? Is that your testimony?
Yeah, I told the truth, but I lied about the bike at first. I didn't want to involve Marco Bisbikis in this at all, period.
Why did you say that Angelo?
I didn't want to involve, let me make this clear. I didn't want to involve either one of those particular individuals in this murder. I would have died for them. I would have lied. I would have lied. If my wife didn't tell me that he had called her, I would have sacrificed my life for them.
Why did you choose to say that Angelo Raptoplous bought the bike? Isn't the reason that you did that is because you were trying to downplay your role in this murder?
No, sir.
Isn't that the same reason
that
that
is-
you had Angelo Raptoplous? You pointed to him and said that he provided the murder weapon when that's not true?
That is true. That is not a lie. That's fact.
We have to take your word for it though, right?
That is fact. And the reason why
There's
that
no question, Kevin, you said.
Well, Judge, I'd ask that he be allowed to finish his
No,
question, his
no.
answer. He's
You
keep
can do
interrupting.
it on redirect, Mr. Smith, you can ask me yes or no question.
Okay. So you admit that you lied about who provided the bike. And you also lied, didn't you, about how Roy got the bike? When you were questioned on August the 24th, you were asked, how did Roy get the bike? How did he get the bike, meaning Roy? And you said, I don't know. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
You lied also about whether you knew who Daniel Hutchinson was. You lied about that too, didn't you? You said, I don't know a Hutchinson. Or actually, you said, I don't know a effing Hutchinson.
I do not know Daniel Hutch.
Okay? And you said, I don't know anybody who knows him. Anybody. And this is on October 24th of 2022, correct?
I don't recall that.
Right? But if it's in the transcript of your
Yeah,
statement,
it may be possible I said that.
you also lied to the police about the last time you saw your cousin Roy. You told them that you hadn't seen him for 34 years.
The first time I seen Roy is
No, I'm not asking you when the first time you saw him was. I'm asking you what you told the police.
I haven't seen him.
Hold on, let me finish my
Okay.
question. I want to make sure you understand it.
All right.
You told the police when they first interviewed you and asked you about your cousin Roy Larry, you told them that I haven't seen Roy Larry. They asked you, when's the last time you saw him? And you said, I haven't seen him in 34 years. You didn't say I've been talking to him for weeks and planning a murder with him, correct?
That is incorrect, sir.
Okay.
What
did you tell them
I
about
told
Roy
them that
What?
I seen Roy for the first time.
I'm not asking you if you saw him. I'm asking you what you told the police. Do you understand my question? Did you
No, I
tell-
don't understand your
Did you
question.
lie to the police by saying that you hadn't seen your cousin Roy for 34 years? Did you say that when you first talked to the police?
I may have said that.
So you may have lied to him about that too, correct?
I don't think that I was lying. I don't think that I understand the question that you were saying because I don't believe that.
I'll move to the next one.
Okay.
You told the police, meaning the Oak Park police, you told them that the day of the murder at noon, we all stipulated that the murder happened at 12:35, and we know that you were in the area.
Mhm.
You said to the police that Marco called you at about noon on June 1st, 2022, and told you to wait 20 minutes before, or 20 minutes after you dropped Roy off.
That was a lie.
And that was a lie.
Yeah, that was a lie.
Okay, thank you. And then in a later interview, 2 FBI agents confronted you with phone records, and they said, look, we looked at the records. There is no call from Marco to you or you to Marco at noon. There was no call at noon the day of the murder, correct?
That is correct.
And you lied to them about that, correct?
I was at that particular time. Yes, I was lying because I was covering for Marco Bisbikis. Marco
No.
Bisbikis did call me at 8:30 on June the 1st in the morning
Understood.
of the
You
murder.
said that he called you at noon,
And that was a lie.
and that was another lie, correct?
That was a lie.
In addition to the other lies that you told, correct? Okay, let me ask you. You were confronted about this at your second to last interview on October 4th of 2022. So you didn't stop lying about that until 4 interviews into the 5 interviews, correct?
That would be incorrect because I told them I told them what I knew.
I'll move on. Now, you were working with my client distributing marijuana,
Yeah, that is true.
okay? And you were not doing it legally, despite the fact that there's a way to do it legally in Michigan now, at least under state law. You weren't doing it legally, correct?
That is correct.
But because you were in business with Marco and my client, Angelo, you had a reason to talk to them about things that had nothing to do with Daniel Hutchinson, correct?
I don't understand that question. What do you
You
mean?
would call or text with my client, for instance, to talk about weed and weed sales, correct?
That was way before he approached me about the killing of.
I'm
Oh,
talking about the time frame of 2021 to 2022, in that time period, were you selling weed with?
In 2021, I was selling weed with
Yeah,
Angelo.
so all I'm asking you, Mr. Larry, is whether or not your relationship with Angelo was such that you needed to talk to him and communicate via phone.
About the marijuana, yes, that is
Yeah.
true.
And
That is correct.
you talked to my client about marijuana a lot more than you talked to him about murdering somebody, isn't that correct?
In 2021, that would be correct.
When did you stop selling marijuana?
In 2021,
Hold on, let me stop there. When did you stop selling marijuana with Angelo Raptoplous and Marco Bisbikis?
in 2021, somewhere
When?
around like somewhere around November, somewhere up.
So you dropped your voice, sir. I'm sorry, Ron, I didn't hear the last part.
When in 2021,
Somewhere around November.
November
Yes,
2021? Did you hear that, Council?
Thank you.
But you were still, even though you stopped working with Angelo and Marco, you say in November of 2021, selling drugs, you were still selling drugs with using other sources, weren't you?
I didn't have any other sources.
I thought,
I'm not quite understanding your question. What do you mean? Was I receiving marijuana from someone else? Is that your question?
let me rephrase it.
Okay.
You testified that when your cousin Roy was coming in for the funeral,
Mm-hmm.
I think you said that at some point you discussed he needed to get some weed or wanted to get some number of pounds of weed. Do you remember your testimony about that?
I do. Yes, sir. I do.
Okay. So that's 2022, right?
No, the funeral was in
Wasn't it in April of 2022?
April the 21st, I believe, in 2022.
And you were helping him get weed, your cousin.
I supposed to have. I had quite a few pounds left over from the business.
I'm just trying to understand if you were still in the marijuana selling business in 2022. That's what I was trying to
No, I had a few pounds left over.
In the drug business, by the way, is it pretty common that you have to lie to people?
I would beg to differ. When you're dealing with people in a drug game, you're honest with people because you're dealing with people money.
Let me ask you about the date of the murder, June 1st, 2022.
Mm-hmm.
As we talked about, Mr. Hutchinson was tragically killed at 12:35 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Right? Did you talk to Angelo, my client, that morning?
I didn't talk to Angelo.
I'm just asking about the morning. You don't need to.
No,
go
sir.
in 5
No,
minutes.
no, sir.
No.
No.
Okay. And did Angelo know that you were going to use an electric bike to commit the murder?
No, sir.
Did Angelo know that the murder was going to happen that day on June 1st? If you know.
No,
Well,
sir.
That calls for speculation, Judge.
He said the answer.
Then I want a foundation.
He said he doesn't know.
He
Is
said
that
he
what you
did
said?
know. Did you ever talk? I'll rephrase it. Did you ever talk to him about that date being the date the murder was going to happen?
No, sir. I did not.
That was planned out when Marco called you on May 30th.
Yes,
correct?
sir. That is correct.
So you and Marco had the plan to do the murder on June 1st, correct? When the Hutchinsons came to visit Marco for a meeting, you were going to do it after the meeting, correct?
That is correct.
And you and Marco knew about that, correct?
That would be. I don't want to speculate.
Yeah, I don't want you to speculate. As far as you know,
As far as I know, at that particular time, Marco called me directly himself.
and did Roy know about the murder on May 30th, 2022? When after Marco called you?
His own objection is that would call speculation.
Sorry. Fair point. Private counsel. So I'm going to rephrase it. No need for a rule. Did you ever? Let me back up. Angelo didn't do anything that day prior to the murder to make the murder happen. Isn't that correct?
Objection, that would call for speculation. He said, Angelo didn't do anything that day. How would he know that?
What, okay, I'll rephrase it. What if anything, did Angelo do that day, June 1st, 2022, prior to the murder happening? What, did Angelo do anything that day? Physically, did he call you? Did he go meet
But
you?
it's still not the same, it's still the same question. How does he know what he did? Yes, I guess you can answer.
Sorry. Are you aware of Angelo doing anything the day of the murder? Providing, I don't know, a vehicle or calling you or encouraging you to do it that day? Did he do anything that day before the murder? That's my question. And I'm just talking about.
You talking about before the murder?
Yes.
Before June the 1st?
No.
Or on June the 1st?
June 1st, before the murder. Because you already said that you didn't tell
I didn't
him
talk
that.
to him on June the 1st, period.
As far as you know, he had no idea that the murder was happening that day. As far as you know.
I would be speculating if I said that,
Okay.
that I didn't know what he did. That would be untrue.
Judge, I just like the clarification. Are we talking about before the murder occurred?
Sorry, on June 1st, prior to, all right, between the hours of midnight on June 1st, 12 a.m. on June 1st, and 12:35 p.m. on June 1st. That's what I'm talking about.
I still would be speculating. He knew May 31st. He knew May 30th. He knew May 30th, 29th of May. But I did not have any direct contact with him on June the 1st. I had direct contact with Marco Bisbikis on June the 1st.
Got it. Okay, you talked about after the murder happened, you said that Marco and Angelo, you said that they were trying to get you to kill Marissa. Is that what you said?
This was way after June the 1st. After the deceased.
So that's yes.
This is correct.
Okay. And you said that you called a friend of yours to discuss it.
That would be I called a friend of mine because I was concerned about some things, and I told this friend of mine that I was into something that was a wave above my head, and I asked him what it is that I do, and he told me the best thing for you to do is to get as far as you can away from those people.
Right.
That was his advice to me.
Did he tell you to call the police?
I didn't discuss a murder with him about anything about.
What's the name of this? Is it a man or a woman?
It's a man.
What's his name?
Excuse me?
What's his name?
Ali.
Sorry?
Ali.
Ali, what's his last name?
I don't know his last name.
You know where he lives?
He didn't have anything to do with this. This is the person I was calling asking for
I
advice.
understand. Well, do you know his last name? You don't, or sorry, do you know his phone number?
I don't have a phone. I don't know every phone number.
Do you know what city he lives in?
He lives in the city of Detroit.
You know his address?
No, I don't.
You know his cross streets?
No, I don't. I mean, I believe that is irrelevant because I was calling him about a murder. I was calling him, explaining to him that I was into something that I had no business being into, and I was asking for advice. I wasn't calling him concerning about involving him in a murder. So that would be irrelevant to anything that has to do with what's going on right now.
Mr. Larry, your credibility is critical, so that's why I'm asking these questions. So I wanted to know who you talked to.
And I just told you, I
Do
talked
you
to
know
it.
the general area of Detroit? Is it east side? West
East side.
All right. Now, during the murder itself, you said that after you heard the shots, you see a gray vehicle, and then Mr. Skrinsky asked you if it was a light gray vehicle, and you said yes. You remember that?
I remember. Yes, sir.
Yesterday, remember that?
That would be correct. Yes, sir. That is correct.
And had you come to learn the name Alex Sakalaris? You heard that name?
Yes, sir. I heard that name many a times.
And did you come to learn that that was the individual who was driving a light gray Mercedes?
After I seen the video, after Marco Bisbikis showed me the video, yes, I knew that was Alex.
And do you know if Alex Sakalaris, if you know, do you know if he was connected to Daniel Hutchinson and his wife Marissa Hutchinson?
For what I was told that, and this is what I was told, that he was a corn dealer or something, that he was selling corn.
Excuse me, Judge. I mean, this is hearsay for one thing, but can we at least know who is telling him this?
Do you remember who told you?
Yes, ma'am. Angelo and Marco.
Okay. You told the police that you saw this person that we now know as Alex Ramirez get out of his car. Did you see him get out of his car?
That is correct.
And didn't you say that you saw him bend down, like he might be picking up something?
That is correct.
And did you see him pick up a weapon?
I don't know what he picked up.
Could it have been?
I would be speculating of what it could have
So
been.
you didn't see the object at all?
I don't know what he was picking up.
Can you describe what you saw him do? Was he bending down?
He was frantic. He was running towards me as though he was looking for something.
Looking for something, or was he trying to? Do you appear to be what? Well, I guess you wouldn't know that. How do you know he was looking for something? What did you notice?
Because I'm sitting him running. I'm sitting there looking at him running towards me.
Okay. And then what happens?
Then he turns around and go back towards his car, and I proceeded to leave after he went through the alley. After he went back towards the pawn shop through the alley.
You're still on James Street.
Yes, I'm still on James Street.
And did you see him reach down to the ground, or at all, or what? Can you describe what you saw him do that made you think he was bending down to try to pick something up?
He was in the middle of the street. It's like he was holding his hand, his pants up, and he bent down. Later, I found out through Marco and Angelo that
I don't want you to
okay.
talk about what you found out. I just want to know what you observed.
Okay, that's what I observed.
Now, you knew from the first day that you were interviewed, which is the day of your arrest. You would agree that August 24th of last year is when you were arrested, right?
Yes, sir, that is
And
correct.
you would agree that you were questioned on that first day that you were arrested. You were still wearing your street clothes, and you had no shoes on. Remember that?
I had shoes on, sir.
You don't remember asking for shoes. All right. Withdraw the question. All right. In any event, you knew from your very first interview, you would agree you got interviewed that day, though, right?
I did get an interview.
So your first interview, day of your arrest, you knew the police wanted you to say that Marco Bisbikis was the mastermind of this murder. You knew that that's what they thought, and they wanted you to say that, correct?
That is incorrect.
Okay, I want to play you
Okay.
an exhibit. This is an audio clip, Mr.
Okay.
Larry, I want you to listen to.
Okay.
It's, for the record, it's exhibit RB.
Mm.
And for the record, this is from August 24th, 2022.
Okay.
Recorded interview with Mr. Larry.
Okay.
Mr. Darnell Larry.
You did this bigger than just your boy. It's bigger than your boy. And I'll let them talk about it because I don't want you to think that I'm over talking you. I'll let them let you know they.
So for the record, I can't understand it. So I'm assuming it's not clear enough for me to understand it, Mr.
Let me try it again. Oh, maybe I'll turn it down.
Mr. Larry is going to have problems.
All right, try it again.
Thank
You did this bigger than just your boy. It's bigger than your boy. And I'll let them talk about it because I don't want you to think that I'm over talking you. I'll let them let you know.
That part's not really relevant. Did you hear him say that remember I told you this is bigger than just you and Roy?
That was in the second interview.
So you think that was in August 22nd?
That was August
Or sorry,
24th.
August 26th?
August 24th.
Yeah, this was from August 24th that I played you.
Okay.
And they have a copy of it as well.
Okay.
And I'm asking you, do you recall that Lieutenant Benson, do you know who Lieutenant Benson is?
Yes, sir.
You remember him telling you, remember I told you this is bigger than you and Roy. Do you remember him telling you that?
Yes, sir. I remember that.
That's what I was trying to say.
Excuse my language, ma'am. I mean, excuse me. I was being a hole to Mr. Lieutenant Benson. because I didn't want to involve Marco Bisbikis at all, period. Let's make that clear.
I'm just asking you whether you were
Okay.
told by Lieutenant Benson that Lieutenant Benson knows and the police knew that this was bigger than just you and Roy.
I don't recall whether it was the first interview or the second interview.
But you know that was said to you, correct?
Yes, sir. That's really correct.
And that's before you decided to tell them what you're saying is the truth, correct?
I don't understand that question.
Well,
What do you mean?
You were told by Lieutenant Benson that the police knew that the murder was bigger than just you and your cousin, right? He told you that at some point, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, is that yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, and the time he told you that was before you decided to tell the police what really happened, correct?
I'm not sure.
Would you be surprised to learn that those statements by Lieutenant Benson were made at the beginning of you being questioned on August 24th?
On August 24th, I recall that.
You remember it happening right at the very beginning?
Yes,
But you proceeded to lie that whole interview about knowing about the murder, correct?
that would be true.
So then the answer to my previous question is Lieutenant Benson did tell you that they knew it was bigger than you and Roy before you decided to tell them the truth, correct?
I decided to tell the truth after I talked to my wife, the second interview.
And do you remember an FBI agent being present at that first interview?
The FBI president was present at all interviews.
Okay. Do you know an FBI agent named Agent Weeks?
I can't tell you that I know these people's names.
Do you recall him stating the following to you on August 24th, 2022? Quote, "We all know that this wasn't you and Roy's idea. We know that there's people that set this up." Do you remember someone telling you that?
That would be correct.
And they told you in so many words who they thought was involved in the murder besides you and Roy, didn't they?
That would be correct, and that would be true. It wasn't telling me who they thought they was involved in the murder. I knew who was involved in the murder.
I know, but I'm telling you what.
Marco Bisbikis asked me to kill Mr. Hutchinson and Mrs. Hutchinson. That is a fact. That is not something that I made up in my mind or anything. That is a fact.
Just how many answer the questions.
I'm not sure you understood. Maybe he's answering the question he wants to, so why don't you restate?
Well, I just.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so your testimony is that they didn't tell you that they didn't indicate and suggest to you that Marco Bisbikis was responsible for the murder?
Are you telling me, are you saying that the FBI
Yeah, they put it in.
encouraged me to say that Marco
Yes,
Bisbikis?
yes.
That is incorrect.
Okay, let's play this clip then.
Okay.
See if you can hear this. Check this out. I'm gonna play, is it an RD?
And there's other people that are involved, but they're not in custody right now. They're traveling the world.
Okay. Did you
Well,
hear that?
Objection to, I mean, that's not what he just said. He said that he's implying that the FBI or somebody is encouraging him to say something. That's not what that said at all. He just said, you
I
know.
agree, Mr. Swinsky. They did not tell him who they thought
It'll be a
it was.
new
They just
question.
thought that it was someone.
No, the world traveler part. I'm gonna get to it, Judge, if I can just.
I apologize, Your Honor, but I apologize truly, but this state, if he want respect, he gotta show respect as well. I'm not his child. I'm not a boy. I'm not a kid.
Okay.
If I don't understand something, this is my life that I'm fighting for, and
Wait,
this
Mr.
man up here
Larry,
lying.
okay,
So
Mr.
I'm gonna
Larry.
try to fight for my life
Okay,
before I let
so Mr.
somebody else
Larry, what are
fight
you
for it.
upset about right now?
He telling me to shut up because I'm trying to ask my lawyer, of course, or make a
Okay.
statement to
Do you
my
need a
lawyer.
break so you can ask your lawyer a question?
I would like for you to tell the prosecutor to watch his mouth. and his conduct inside this courtroom, same way that I gotta be respectful, he gotta be respectful.
Okay. I don't know who you think is disrespecting you, but I will pay attention and you absolutely can talk to your attorney. So once again, Mr. Larry, do you need a break to ask something or tell your,
No, ma'am, I apologize, no, ma'am, I'm okay.
okay. But you can always, so if you need a break and you need to talk to your attorney and you need this, because he has to listen too. That's part of the problem. That's the issue he's having. He wants to hear what the witness is saying so he can properly represent you. So if you want to raise your hand and let me know that you need something stopped so you can talk to Mr. Taylor, we can do that, okay?
Thank
you. You're welcome. All right. Now, the question, Mr.
I'm
Bellata.
just gonna move on. It's the same topic, but I'm gonna rephrase everything, so.
Thank you.
Avoid the injunctions. Okay, I just played a clip. Did you hear the agent, did you hear someone, a male voice say, and there's other people that are involved, but they're not in custody right now, they're traveling the world? Did you hear that being said to you?
That is true.
So there was, who was traveling out of the country around this time period?
The only person who was out of the country at that time was Marco Bisbikis.
And that's my point. They were telegraphing to you that they believed that Marco was involved, correct?
I'm trying to answer your question the best way that you are presented it to me. The FBI doesn't have to tell me that they believe that Marco Bisbikis or Angelo was involved. They don't have to tell. They don't have to encourage me to. They don't have to encourage me to say that when I know.
Whether he said it or not.
You asked me, sir. You asked me a question.
Okay, so Mr. Larry, you don't have to agree with what he's suggesting. You answered his question. You
Yes,
said
ma'am.
they
I'm
didn't-
trying to answer the best
Okay,
that I know how.
You guys are never going to agree.
I'm moving on.
So let's just answer his questions. And the good thing is there's people here to clarify if they need
Yes, ma'am.
or to argue on your behalf if that's what
But
they think.
Ma'am, I don't want to feel like I'm being bullied or
Okay, so
to that point.
thank
You know.
you. I appreciate that. So he's moving on to
I'm
something.
not in any way trying to bully you. I just want to get answers to some questions. That's all I'm trying to do. Now, in June of 2022, probably all of 2022 leading up to that, but your finances were not good, correct? You needed money.
What do you mean?
Well, did you have a lot of money?
My finances was not good in 2021. I was having problems. I accumulated money because I was bought out of a business. I had money, certain things. I didn't go to anybody for any type of money in 2022. When this was brought to me.
Okay, you can't just go on. I asked a question.
All right.
So
No,
you
sir.
speech.
No, sir.
That's not how it works.
No,
You gotta
sir.
Answer my question.
No, sir.
So your answer is no. Thank you. You owed Angelo and Marco, you said $10,000 or $11,000. Is that correct?
That's what I was told.
You were getting SSI benefits, weren't you?
I didn't start receiving SI benefits until March of 2022.
So you got those benefits because you needed the money, correct?
I got those benefits because I was injured, that I could no longer work.
You had to qualify for those benefits.
I was injured.
How much money did you have in your bank account?
What do you mean? How much money that I have in my bank account?
It's absolutely relevant. It goes to motive.
For what?
For the murder.
Okay, but you're asking about SSI.
Well, he's saying that he's
already
flush with
told-
money, and I'm saying he was on disability. He's owed money. Yeah, that's what I was asking about the bank account. How much money did you have in your bank account?
Well, as a practical matter, the court can tell you if he's on SSI, he can't have over a certain amount of assets to finance. SSI has.
That's all I was getting at.
So
I'll move on.
he had under the level required by the federal government if he qualified. has a welfare component.
Okay, moving on. You told officers when you were questioned after your arrest, you told them that Marco told you that Hutch, meaning Daniel Hutchinson, would be carrying a purse in the car or some kind of something in the car that contained, I think you said $400,000.
Let me clarify that for
Go
you,
ahead.
because I don't want you to take my words out of context. So, ma'am,
Just answer.
yes,
Did you tell him that? Were you told that?
I was told that.
Okay. So you knew on June 1st, 2022, or you believed that Daniel Hutchinson was in possession of a lot of cash, correct?
I was told that after Mr. Hutchinson was killed. I wasn't told that. I was told that after I was summoned to Marco's office.
You knew that.
That was later. I didn't know at the time that Mr. Hutchinson got killed that he had any money on him.
Understand. You answered the question. Thank you. So, but you knew that Mr. Hutchinson owned Hutch's Jewelers, correct? Because you called there to say.
I figured out who Mr. Hutchinson was. Your client, Angelo, took me to a
I
restaurant.
understand what you testified to yesterday.
Okay.
I'm just asking you whether or not. Well, actually, you already answered the question. So you knew, though, despite you're saying that you learned after the fact, after the murder, that Mr. Hutchinson was supposed to have a lot of money. You knew still, before the murder, you knew that Daniel Hutchinson ran a successful jewelry business, correct?
That is correct. By your client.
I know. No one's disputing where you heard that from. I'm just asking if you knew that.
By your client. That is correct.
I understand you want to throw things at my client.
I'm not throwing anything
Okay,
at you.
okay, no more conversation.
Okay. Now, you told law enforcement in one of your 5 interviews or multiple of your 5 interviews that my client gave you the gun. And
That is correct.
And you were very clear that the gun that my client gave you was a 9mm. Did you tell that to the police or not?
I didn't know the
I'm asking if you told the police that.
I don't recall saying what type of gun it was.
Right. So if you said multiple times in multiple interviews that the gun was a 9mm, you don't remember that?
No, I said the gun that they discovered from my house. The gun that they took from my house, my wife's gun is a 9mm.
That's
The
not my
gun
question.
you asked me a question I'm trying to explain to you, because what it seems to me is that you're trying to apply.
Okay. Just answer the question and we'll straighten it
I
out.
don't recall. I don't.
He doesn't recall.
So you don't recall telling the police that the gun, well, hold on, let me ask you this. Didn't you specifically say that the gun that Angelo supposedly gave you was way smaller than a .40 caliber, the caliber that was used in the murder?
I said it was a .40 caliber. It was a small .40 caliber. That's what I said.
Isn't it true that's not what you said? That you said over and over that it was a 9mm and it specifically was not a .40 caliber?
You asked me a question. Can I please answer that
Just
question?
answer him. If you
Isn't
don't
it true
agree-
that you told them it was not a .40 caliber, that it was a 9mm, and you said because you had a .40 caliber yourself and you knew that the gun that Angelo gave you was much, much smaller? You said that.
I said, sir, that the gun that Angelo gave me was a .40 caliber, but it was a much smaller .40 caliber. That's exactly what I said.
That's what you're saying, that you told them, and you're saying that under oath, right?
That is the truth. It's not a lie.
Okay, moving on. Do you know that, did you learn after the fact that Daniel Hutchinson had $69,000 in cash in the car when he was murdered? Did you learn that after the fact? Did you ever learn that?
What? I'm not following you. What
Did
do
you
you
ever
mean?
learn after the murder? You said you didn't know if he had any cash prior to the murder of Mr. Hutchinson. Did you learn after the fact that he had $69,000 in cash?
I don't. That would be misleading if I told you I knew how much money Mr. Hudson had.
I'm asking if you learned.
I don't know. I don't recall that. No, I don't know.
Then your answer is no, right? Okay. Do you you remember telling the police that the 40 caliber you own is, quote, twice bigger, end quote, than the 9mm that Angelo, my client, gave you to give to Roy?
May I answer your question?
If it's yes or no, did you say that or no?
Because what are you doing is you
Your Honor, you just
I
tell me yes or no.
can't.
Did you tell him
Your
that?
Honor, I need to. I think something is getting mixed up here. They
Okay.
retrieved a 9mm from my wife.
Okay, and the prosecutor can ask you about that. So
Yeah.
if you do not think that's what you told
Yes,
the
ma'am.
prosecutor, I'm sorry, the police,
Yes,
then
ma'am.
the answer, did you tell them that, yes or no?
No.
Okay, and that's why Mr. Skrinsky is taking notes, and he will give you an opportunity to clarify when it's his time to do redirect.
Okay. You said that you called Hutch's jewelry store to warn the Hutchinsons that they were going to be killed.
That is correct.
What did you plan to say if you were able to contact them? What were you going to tell them?
I put my life on the line. I was going to tell him, do not trust Marco Bisbikis.
You weren't going to reveal the murder, though.
Oh yeah, I was going to reveal that they was in danger. That absolutely that I was told to kill those particular individuals by these people. And when I say these people, I'm talking about your client, Angelo, and I'm talking about Marco Bisbikis.
I think the evidence came out that there were 3 calls. I want to say it was 3 calls, 2 or 3 calls.
It was 2.
I believe it was
Was it
4.
4? Sorry, it was whether it was 2 or 4.
Okay.
At some point, you stopped calling them, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't leave a message to call you back, correct? Yes or no?
No.
And you didn't go visit the store to talk to them in person, correct?
I didn't know who they were.
You didn't go to the store and ask for them or ask to speak to them, correct?
That would be incorrect.
You
It's
did go to
something
the
that you
store?
know. I went in February, around
February of last year,
14th of 22.
22. Valentine's Day.
And Mr. Hutchinson wasn't in the office. I didn't tell the prosecutor that. I didn't tell the police that because I wanted to inform him if I would. I asked for him by a guy named Michi that worked there, a light-skinned guy with a notch. And Mr. Hutchinson was out of town, I was told. And if he was there, I would have informed him right then and there because the lies that was being told to me about these particular individuals, I realized that I was being played.
So, okay, so is this the first time you told anybody that you went to the store
This
on
is,
February 14th?
Yes,
You
it
said
is.
you didn't tell the prosecutors that.
I didn't tell anybody that
Why are you telling us that now for the first time?
because it's very important that to know is to confirm the reason why I called him after that to let them know that their life, because it was lies. These are facts. The fact is this right here, is that I know nothing about the Hutchinson. I didn't know anything about them,
I'm sorry, there's no question. Patty.
anything.
All right. Question, please.
Why didn't you tell the prosecutors that you had gone over to the store and you talked to? Did you say his name is Michi? Michi?
I talked to an individual when I went in the store and he asked me what I wanted to buy. And I asked for Mr. Hutchinson and he said no. That was the end of the conversation. I left.
Did you think that was an important fact that you should have shared maybe with the prosecutor?
No. And the reason why is because I would have done anything at that particular time to make sure that Marco was not involved in any of this. This was the earlier stage in the process of them coming to me about the killing of Mr. Hutchinson.
I still don't know that you've answered the question of why you didn't tell them.
I'm asking because I wasn't at that particular time at seeing that it was irrelevant to tell them because Marco them was still, it was in the earlier stages of them asking me to kill Mr. Hutchinson. This is coming directly from Angelo.
You would agree that you were asked questions by the law enforcement. What What did you do?
They never asked me that question. No one never asked me that question. Did I go up to the jewelry store?
But they were questioning you about you contacting the store, correct?
I told them. They never asked me, did I contact the store? I told them I called the store.
Did you go to the police?
No, I didn't.
You believe that Daniel Hutchinson and his wife were about to be murdered, correct?
I also believe that Marco
I'm
was.
sorry, is that correct or not?
That is correct.
Okay. You believe that. You would agree that that's a life and death situation for two human beings, correct?
At that particular time, I believed that anything Marco told me was true. Yes, I believe that. Yeah.
So why didn't you then say, I better call the police, I gotta stop this?
Because I involved myself into a murder plot, a scheme to kill two individuals. So at that particular time, why would I go to the police and tell them anything?
Isn't it true that you are the one who supplied the gun to your cousin, the .40 caliber that was used to kill Daniel Hutchinson? Isn't that the truth, the real truth?
That is the truth. I gave him the gun,
But
the same gun I received from Angelo. I gave Angelo the gun. Let's make this clear. I called Angelo on the phone in March and shot the gun in the air and told him that I had gunned down these people.
Okay, so wait a second, let's just, he asked you, did you give the gun?
And that is correct. Yes, ma'am, I did.
And I'm gonna go to the
And I
next
said so.
But you told them that Angelo originally supplied the gun. And the truth, though, is that you got the gun from some other place. Isn't that true?
That is correct. And I gave that gun to Angelo, and he brought the gun back to me.
Isn't it true, Mr. Larry, that what you're doing is you're trying to cooperate, but you're also trying to provide as much information to the prosecution and as possible? Isn't that correct?
That is incorrect.
Isn't it true?
I'm incorporating because I did something I had no business doing. I had to take accountability for what I did. Everybody has to. I plotted with these particular individuals to kill Mr. Hutchinson and his wife.
Okay, so why did you go through with the murder then? If you're trying to warn Mr. Hutchinson, why'd you do it? Why'd you help kill this man?
My conscience, I felt bad about some things. I was lied to. I believe that Marco was a part of the mafia. My family was in danger. So this is what he told me, that he was the third ranking person with the mafia. This is what Marco telling me, that he was on a list for the federal government, that they were testifying against him.
So if I understand your testimony, you were scared that Marco, because you believed him that he was a ranking member of a mafia organization. You believe that you were in danger if you didn't go through with it. Is that what you're saying?
I believe that my family was in danger. I would put myself in danger before I put my family in danger.
But that's why you did it. You did it because you thought you and your family were in danger, right?
That would be true.
And that's what caused you to plan the murder with your cousin and drive him to the murder scene, correct?
I'm not understanding your question.
That's your motivation to do everything you did on June 1st, because you were afraid of what Marco and people in the mafia could do to you, right?
I brought my cousins into something that he shouldn't have been brought into.
That wasn't my question. The reason that you did everything you did on June 1st, driving your cousin to the location, giving him the bike to commit the murder, giving him the gun to commit the murder, you did all those things on June 1st, 2022, because you were afraid for your family and yourself, correct?
I wasn't afraid for myself. I was afraid for my family.
And that's why you didn't warn the police. Not even an anonymous tip, right?
No, I did not.
Why didn't you give an anonymous tip to the police? That way, maybe no one's killed and you don't get in any trouble with the mafia.
I did not do that. That is a fact.
Why not?
Because I did not.
even though it's a life and death situation.
I did not do that.
You went ahead with the murder
That is correct.
for the second time in your life. Take another human being's life.
Excuse me?
Second time, this is the second time you've done it. Okay.
Well,
I'll withdraw. By the way, what kind of phone did you have on in the months leading up to the murder?
I had 2 phones.
Okay. What type of phone? Like, was it an Android? Was it an iPhone?
Android.
Did you remember what model? Was it a Samsung? Was it a
Galaxy.
Samsung Galaxy?
Something like that.
And you know those are capable of making tape recordings, correct? You can record on that, correct?
That's true.
And did you ever think to record? Because you testified that my client made a lot of statements to you about killing people.
That is correct.
Did you ever think about taping that and having some evidence that happened?
You just made a statement saying that I.
No, I'm not asking for commentary on my questions.
Just whether or
answer
not
the
you
question.
ever did it.
No, I didn't. No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. Why not?
Because I didn't.
Because maybe these conversations didn't happen, correct?
These conversations actually happened. That is
Take your
correct.
word for it, all right?
That is correct.
Now, you made reference to this private meeting, or I don't know how private it was, but a meeting alone with your wife, Dawn, that happened on August 26th. You say that's the day that you decided to tell the truth.
I made a meeting, but I'm not understanding.
I want to talk about your meeting with your wife at the station.
At the station?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
You met with your wife, and it was just the two of you at that time, correct? In the room?
In the room.
You've seen the video, have you? Or have you not?
No, I haven't.
There's a video. Would you be surprised if there's a video of you in a room talking to your wife on August 26th?
I was in the room talking to my wife August 26th.
That's consistent with your memory, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And
Did you know there was a video? That was a compound question. Did you know there was a video?
No, ma'am, I did not.
thank you. And you told your wife, Dawn, that the police wanted you to give information about Marco that you could not give because you did not have any information. Do you remember telling her that?
I told my wife that what is it that she wanted me to do? Did she wanted me to tell the truth? She wanted me to tell the truth.
But you told her, didn't you? I don't have what they want me to give them. Did you tell her that?
I don't recall it.
All right, I'm going to play Exhibit RO. This is going to be really hard to hear. I'm going to try this out. I'm going to try one more time. Yeah, it's hard to hear, but do you recall saying, I don't have what they want me to give them?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that? Do you know why you would have told your wife, I don't have what they want me to give them? Do you know why you might have said that?
I would be speculating if I told you I knew.
You don't know why you said that, that you don't know why. You said you don't know.
No.
And then after this August 26th interview, that's the first time. Would you agree that August 26th last year was the first time you ever pointed your finger at Marco and my client being involved in the murder? Would you agree with that? That was your second interview on August 26th? That was the first time you pointed fingers?
No, I'm not quite understanding your question.
I think you already said it earlier, but would you agree that on August 24th, that's when you were arrested, you gave a statement, and you admitted that you lied about being involved?
Yeah, I didn't implement them at all, period, on
Right.
August the 24th.
Okay. But then 2 days later, August 26th, you meet with Dawn, and then you tell them that Marco and Angelo were involved.
Yeah, because I wanted my wife, I wanted her
Yes.
opinion. I told, yes, sir.
Okay. But then at the very end of the interview, you admitted that you were lying to the police.
I lied, and that is correct. Now, can I clarify why
No,
I said that?
No, but I want to play you
They'll give you a chance.
Okay.
RK.
I lied.
Did you say multiple times at the end of the interview, I lied?
That's correct.
And now, and I'm wrapping up. You know that the charges you're charged with now include first-degree murder, correct?
That's correct.
And you know that if you're convicted at trial and of first-degree murder, that your judge, in this case, I think it's going to be Judge Nancy Grant, she'll have no choice but to give you life without the possibility of parole. You know that that's a possibility, or that is a certainty if you're convicted of first-degree murder.
Any first-degree murder, yes, that is correct.
You know that. And under the terms of the deal that you reached with the prosecution, you're looking at, instead of never getting out of prison, and by the way, you've already served 20 years, right?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So instead of looking at life in prison, you're looking at a minimum sentence of 6 years, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And going back to the first day of your interview, which is August 24th, your first interview after you're arrested, you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
You were told by Special Agent Weeks, he said, right before they left, they said to you, Agent Weeks said, you want to give us your side of the story? I'll come back and talk to you. And you said, what story? And Agent Weeks says, the story I just told you. I already laid out a story for you. Do you remember him telling you that?
He laid us. No, sir.
Okay, I'm going to play you Exhibit R-E.
Story I just told you.
Do you remember him telling you that he'll come back and talk to you if you tell him the story that he just told you?
I remember that. And once again, you were insinuating that they gave me a story.
I don't need a commentary. I need to ask you
Yes, sir.
a question.
Yes, sir.
Did he say that to you? Did he say he wants you to tell him the story that he told you? Did he say those words that you just heard on the tape?
I think you were misleading that story. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Do you remember being told that the agent would come back and talk to you if you were willing to tell him the story? You said, what story? And you said, the story I just told you. I already laid out a story for you. Did he say that to you or not?
Yes, if I recall.
Yeah. Do you recall him saying that?
I believe so.
Okay. So you knew the story that they wanted to hear, that the law enforcement wanted you to tell.
That would be incorrect. You're telling me.
No, I'm not asking for commentary.
No.
It's not correct.
Not correct, ma'am.
So isn't it true, and this is my last couple questions, isn't it true, Mr. Larry, that you don't want to spend another 20 years for life in prison, correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. And you're in survival mode now, to use your language from yesterday. You're in survival mode. You give them what they want to hear, correct?
No, I'm not going to lie for them. That is incorrect. I'm not going to give them what they want to hear. I'm not going to lie for them or for them.
I have no further questions.
Let's take a 10-minute break.
All right.
We don't have to take a break because we can just skip. In case you've just joined, this is an older trial from earlier this year. So don't Google it if you don't want to know the outcome.
259, 22036, and 2203110. All parties are present for the people and defendants, and we are now resuming cross-examination of Mr. Darnell Larry. Mr. Who's going up?
It's my turn.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Donta Larry.
Good morning, sir.
So that we can keep the record clear and it's not out of disrespect, do you mind if I refer to you as Donta?
Yes, sir.
Daniel, you indicated that, I believe in 2016, you had been released from the Michigan Department of Corrections, am I correct?
You're correct.
And so that we're clear, you are, and you've stated it very succinctly, you are here testifying, and you've already made an agreement with the prosecutor in terms of you being truthful in all hearings that you may or may not have to testify. Am I correct? You made an agreement with the prosecutor's office that you are going to testify truthfully.
That is correct.
And there's already been a sentence that has been proposed if you carry out your end of the bargain in terms of testifying truthfully. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And as I stated, in 2016, you were released from the Michigan Department of Corrections.
Correct.
And that was the underlying charge was second-degree homicide. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
You testified that you did not actually commit the homicide in that case. However, you got people to commit a homicide and shoot up a house. Am I correct?
You said that. Excuse me. You
Did
said I testified.
Did you actually do the shooting?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Other people did the shooting. Am I correct?
That is correct.
And so that you didn't want to involve those individuals, but you took the responsibility.
Yes, sir. That would be correct.
And you initially started your term in 1992.
I was in prison. Yes, sir.
And how old were you when you first went to prison in 1992?
In my early 20s.
And prior to you going to prison, when was the last time you had saw Roy Larry?
He had to be very young.
Much younger than you. He was
quite younger than me.
And as stated, Roy's mother and your mother are related.
Yes, sir. That would be correct. Yes, sisters.
So in 2016, when you were released, you had not seen Roy for over 24 years.
Over 30 some
Over
years.
30 some odd years.
Yes, sir. That would be correct.
And given the age gap prior to you going to prison in 1992, you didn't have much of a relationship with him. Am I correct?
No, sir. Yes, sir. That would be correct.
You would be one of the little cousins that played with the other cousins around his age. Or
I'm not understanding.
you would be around the other cousins or other relatives that were his age. Am I correct?
That would be correct.
And was he living in the city of Detroit, or what city was he living?
I believe he was living with my sister. His mother had passed.
And what city was that?
In the city of Detroit.
When you got released, you didn't have any communication with Roy.
The first time I had any communication with Roy is in this time around I believe the time of the funeral. The first time I had any contact with him. Period.
And your uncle, and I believe that was in April of 2022 when your uncle passed.
Yeah, it would be April. The funeral was April the 22nd, I believe.
And at that time, when you were already under this pressure about committing this homicide.
That is absolutely correct. Yes, sir, that is true.
And as you testified, you had developed a relationship with Marco right after you had got released from prison, or soon after you got released.
Somewhere around that time,
Okay, around 2017, 2018.
16, the beginning, end of 16.
And the relationship was such that you felt like Marco had saved your life. Am I correct?
That is correct. I didn't actually really develop a strong relationship with Marco until after the second owner took the building.
I'm sorry.
I didn't actually develop a strong relationship until after the second owner bought the building from the previous owner. I knew of Marco previous before that, but we didn't have that much communication as we had after the second owner took the building.
And during the process of the second owner taking over the building, Marco was able to help you make a settlement based on the dispute, the employment dispute you had with the new landlord, the new owner of the building.
That would be correct. I went to him for that very reason.
And I believe you indicated that after you were no longer the manager of the building, you started working somewhere else. Am I correct?
Yes, I had skills to work.
But you continued your relationship with Marco at that time. Am I correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. And you knew that at that time Marco was an attorney.
That is correct.
When did you meet Angelo?
I met Angelo, would be the first time Marco brought Angelo to the Cashew apartment. We was having a problem with some young guys down there.
And you recall what year that was?
That would be in, I believe, 2019, 2020, one of those, somewhere around there.
And how often would you communicate with Marco during that period?
We would communicate often. I didn't start communicating with Marco heavily until 2020, almost the end of 2020.
And in terms of your relationship with Angelo, how often would you guys communicate?
Well, I didn't have a relationship with Angelo. I didn't develop a relationship with Angelo until I was put with Angelo to work with him, and I had to be around Angelo. That's how we developed a relationship.
And when you started working with him, this was at
the farm.
At the farm.
Yes, sir.
The marijuana grow.
Yes, sir.
And you said, what city was that in?
I would believe, I've never been to the city before. That was the first time I ever been. That would be Grass Lake.
And when you first got there, what were your responsibilities?
I was shown how to trim the marijuana plants, to water them, to care for them.
Were you required to sell any marijuana outside of the facility?
No, that the selling of marijuana, that was between me and Angelo. We developed that further on in the relationship.
So I believe you indicated that at some point you left the facility because you were being accused of poisoning the plants or
that is absolutely correct.
And you believe that the damage that you were being accused of was approximately $60,000 or somewhere around it.
I believe that would be correct.
And that kind of soured your relationship with Angelo, am I correct?
That is correct.
So you leave the facility, but you don't tell Marco about this incident or why you leave the facility, am I correct?
Until later.
Until later.
Yeah.
So when you leave the facility, in terms of employment, what were you doing?
I was still waiting. I didn't get the disability until 2022. So I was still working on a bad injury. I still was able to rebuild flows. I did a job for his cousin.
When you say him, I'm sorry.
I did a job for Marco's cousin, Michael Bisbikis, his apartment. That was the source. I had sources of income, but because I still was able to paint apartments, build cabinets, build floors. I still had that skill.
But in order to, you had applied for Social Security disability during this period of time.
That is correct. I didn't apply for it. And I need to make this perfectly clear.
Well,
A guy named Alex contacted me.
okay, well, listen, I know we got into it with Brother
I'm not going to get. I don't mean to. I don't want to
explanation.
disrespect nobody.
Okay.
But you asked me a question. I'm trying to
At some
explain.
point, let's clarify. The process of the Social Security was going on.
Yes, sir.
And so we can understand, you were not reporting this extra income to the federal government while you were waiting for your Social Security to come. Am I correct?
What do you mean?
When you were getting this money, you were doing these odds and ends hours. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes, sir?
I thought, yes, that is correct.
But you were not reporting.
I had to report them. I had filed taxes.
Okay, fair enough. But at some point, you indicated in March of 2022 is when you actually started receiving the Social Security. Am I correct?
Yeah, that would be correct.
You indicated that the arrangement between yourself and Angelo was to sell the weed that Angelo provided to you.
That would be correct.
And he came to you with this idea. You didn't say, hey, let's start selling this weed.
I was around it. It was quantity of marijuana there. Yes, sir, that would be correct.
And he believed that you had, I think you indicated that when he fronted you a pound of weed, you were able to get rid of it very quickly.
No, that is correct.
So you had the network. You had the network, the ability to distribute it very quickly.
That is true.
And you indicated that you and Angelo would split the profits as related to the marijuana that you would get. Am I correct?
I was given a ticket that was supposed to be given back to the people who were providing the marijuana, and anything outside of that we would split.
Okay. You said people.
When I say people, the person or the people who were providing the marijuana that he was bringing to me, I would sell. We would give them their money, the price that was put on there, and anything after that we would split. That would be our profit.
You said that in the latter part of 2021, you stopped selling marijuana.
Yeah, he wouldn't take. The reason why I would not take any more marijuana from Angelo is because, and I made this, and I stated this yesterday. He wouldn't allow me to finish saying what I was saying.
Well,
is that
no? Again, I don't want to.
Okay.
Prolong.
I'm not trying to prolong it, but I'm
So
trying to give you. Yes, 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 sir.
You stopped selling.
Yes, sir.
But you indicated that later on, when you met up with Roy, that you had kept some of the marijuana.
Yeah, I wasn't. I indicated I was no longer selling marijuana for Angelo. Let's make that clear.
You
Yeah,
had
but
some marijuana.
yeah, because I had paid my bill off, so what I had belonged to me.
Okay. Marco had been at your wedding.
Marco flew to my wedding. That is true.
And we saw the Facebook post yesterday. You had a great affection for Marco.
I had a great love for Marco.
And you even stated that you would have died for Marco.
That is correct.
But you also said that family was above the love you had for Marco.
No, I stated that once I find out that Marco believed that his family was above my family, that changes the dynamics of everything. When you are, that's what I said.
There's no denying that Roy and Larry is family as well.
That is my family. Yes, sir.
Your ticket for the marijuana is paid off. You
Mhm.
already testified to that.
Mhm.
All of a sudden, you make contact with Angelo, and he puts this murder for hire ideal in your head.
Yes, sir.
And he indicates to you that Marco is under some type of federal indictment,
Yes, sir. That is correct.
and that is this the first time in your life that you hear the name Daniel Hutchinson and Marissa Hutchinson?
Yes, sir.
And does he explain to you any details about them in terms of what they do for a living, things of that nature?
The only detail that he described to me during that time, more details was described farther along the
Okay,
line. But the
first time that you met with him,
is that they were close friends to Marco, and that they was testifying against Marco.
And you didn't see anything in writing?
No, sir, I
black
did
and
not.
white that
No,
confirmed that was happening?
No, sir.
You took, because of the love that you have for Marco, and you took Angelo for his word.
No, I went to Marco after that.
After the first meeting?
After Angelo described, after Angelo came to me with that, I went to Marco after that, and he confirmed that he was on the federal list.
Did he confirm to you at that time that he was part of the mafia?
Yes, he did. He told me he was third man.
He was third in line.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And did he say specifically what region this mafia was from, what state or anything like that?
I would led to believe that these people was from New York.
And did he confirm to you that this homicide or murder had to take place before a certain time?
Quite a few times.
And approximately, and just if you can't jog my memory just a little bit, was this the latter part of 2021 or early part of 2021?
No, this is I never had any discussion in 2021 about a murder, about the Hutch. This happened in the beginning of 2022.
And let's be fair, at that point in time, again, you had not seen Roy Larry at all.
And I also indicated that
I did not.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you also indicated that later on, after the funeral, the only communication that you had with Roy Larry was through Facebook. He didn't have your number or anything like that.
Yeah, I was sent a request that he wanted to talk to me. This was before the funeral. I think 2 days before the funeral. But I didn't see him until the day he arrived, a day or so before he arrived to the funeral. I took him shopping.
Can I just get a clarification? You had reached out to him by Facebook before the funeral or after the funeral?
They had reached out to me that saying he had wanted to talk to me before. That was before the funeral, like a couple of days before the funeral.
So Roy Larry reached out to you prior to the funeral?
Yeah, through my cousin, through Facebook.
Why this is fresh? When you said you took him shopping, is that a yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
Who paid for the clothes?
Roy did.
So in the early part of in 2022, you had this conversation with Angelo first about the Hutchinson. And then
You said in
you
April.
had this conversation with Angelo first about the Hutchinson.
Angelo came to me in January of 22 about the Hutchinson.
And then you have this conversation with Marco.
Later on, I think first when he came to me in January, Marco was supposed to have been in Greece. Earlier in February, Marco was supposed to have been in Vegas shooting a movie. I didn't start talking to Marco after those particular individual times that he came back from shooting the movie in Vegas. That's when I went to confirm with Marco what Angelo had told me. I was told not to even have a conversation with Marco. We need to get this done before Marco get back. into the country.
And I believe you said this on direct examination. You started to wonder, why did this fall in your lap? Am I correct?
That is absolutely correct.
But yet, given your love for Marco, you were willing to go through with this.
That is correct, sir.
And you participated in going to a comedy show where you believe the Hutchinsons were. Am I correct?
I was picked up and took to a comedy show.
You were taken to their residence, I believe, in Pleasant Ridge.
Quite a few times.
You were given a description of their vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes, sir?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
But at any point in time during these periods, did you actually physically see them so that you could understand and see who they were?
I never had a physical description of the Hutch.
No, that's not the question. I don't mean to confuse you. In all these times that you were out to the house, to the comedy club, I believe, did you physically, did you put your eyes on them? Did you see who they were?
I actually really wasn't looking. I would tell them that they were there, that they wasn't there, or they was there. And when they wasn't there, I actually wasn't really looking for them in that way after I started putting the pieces together. Are you trying to say, did I actually get a physical view of them? No, sir, I did not.
Okay. You even indicated, and you just told us today, on February 14th of 2022, which is Valentine's Day.
Yes, sir.
You went to the Hutchinson's jewelry store.
I did. That is correct.
In order to warn them about this plot.
I went to there and asked for Mr. Hutchinson. I didn't know who he was, but I was told that he wasn't there.
You went there to warn them about the plot.
Yes, I did.
And you just told us today that that's the first time that you revealed that to anyone. You didn't reveal that to the prosecutor's office.
I didn't tell that to anybody.
Today is the first time you told us.
Yes, it is.
But we do know that you indicated that several times in March you called the store.
Yes, sir. And I also then indicated that if you were to research it, you would see me there at that store on their camera on February the 14th. That would be facts. That is not something that I'm making up. That is true.
Fair enough. But again, the question was, you indicated that you called them several times.
Yeah, because it intensified. The pressure was be more. So I brought my cousin into something
Wait, hold on, I haven't got it.
Okay.
You see, I guess this is the best way this is going to work.
Yes.
And as my co-counsel already listen to the question.
Okay.
Most of them are going to be yes or no answers.
Okay.
Again, you called several times.
Yes, I did.
This is weighing heavy on you. This whole situation is weighing heavy on you for months now. Am I correct? In March, up until March, when you make these calls, this is weighing heavy on you. Am I correct?
It bothered me. Yes, it did.
You started to find out, again, as you indicated, that Marco had placed his family above your family. And that bothered you, am I correct?
What bothered me the most is yes, sir. Yes, it did.
It bothered you so to the extent you called the police or law enforcement to try to get this weight off of you. Is that a yes or no? Did you call the law enforcement?
No, I did not call the law enforcement.
Did you confide in your wife?
No, I did not. And there's a reason why I didn't.
Okay, you did not.
No, sir, I did not.
At that point in time, did you own any weapons?
Yes, I did.
And outside of any weapon that you may have received from, you claim that you received from Angelo, you had other weapons in your home.
My wife had a legal. Her weapon was illegal. It was illegal.
I'm sorry, Judge, legal or illegal?
No, her wife was her weapon was legal.
And what type of weapon was
A 9mm.
Any other weapons that you had in your home?
40 caliber.
When you would go out to the Hutchinson's residence to see if they were there, would you take any of these weapons with you?
Up until yes, sir. That would be the 40 Glock.
And if you recall, when was the last time? Let me put it this way: in the middle of April, say April 15th, did you go to the Hutchinson's house to see if they were there?
I got confused about that question yesterday, and I want to clarify that. I mean, yes, sir. I believe I was out there around that time.
Did you have your weapon with you at that time?
No, sir.
Say the date again, Mr. Taylor.
I believe it was
so that-
April 15th of 2022.
No, sir.
You did not have your weapon.
No, sir.
You indicated, I believe, in March of 2022, you were on the phone with Angelo.
That is correct.
And you discharged a weapon in your yard.
That is correct.
And you wanted to make it appear as if you had killed the Hutchinsons.
That is correct.
And so that we understood, your instructions were to kill Daniel Hutchinson and Melissa Hutchinson.
That is correct.
Two people you had never met before in your life.
That is correct.
And in the months after January, January 2022, when Angelo first made contact with you, up until April of 2022, did you learn any other details about the Hutchinsons in terms of their careers and what they did for them?
After March, I want to understand. Can you repeat that question?
Well, I'll take that back. That's a
Okay.
bad question. Actually. You visited their jewelry store in February of 2022. Is that a yes, sir?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
And did you learn any other parts of their business outside the jewelry store after February 2022?
I don't know what they did. I don't know what they do for a living outside of running the jewelry store.
Before June of 2022, June 1st of 2022, were you told that Daniel Hutchinson carries a large sum of cash?
No, sir.
At some point, you indicated that you consulted with a person by the name of Ali in reference to this matter. Am I correct?
That was after Mr. Hutchinson was killed. This was the continuation of the pressure about the wife of Mr. Hutchinson.
Now, recall you saying that you were given a deadline in terms of when this was supposed to happen.
Definitely.
It was, I think you indicated it was before, what was the date that you were given?
It was. I was told that I missed a couple of deadlines. You just made it. You asked me a question about did I have a weapon?
Well,
I'm just I'm trying to clarify something for you because I don't want to be misled.
Well,
And the only way I can clarify that for you is to say that when I disarm, you asked me, did I disarm a weapon in my backyard? Discharge. I gave that weapon after I discharged to Angelo. I didn't have a weapon after that.
Okay.
Okay, that's I wanted to clarify that.
Did you own a shotgun?
That shotgun belonged to Marco Bisbikis. That was brought to me twice.
It was brought to you twice.
Yes, it was. It was given back to him the day that I discharged the gun in the backyard, and it was brought to me in August
Of 2022?
2022. Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm confused.
So two things. One, the Robert Tellis hearing is coming up in about 15 minutes. I'm not sure if you guys want to pause and go to that. The other thing is there is a current press conference that says Detroit neurosurgeon killed, authorities provide update to 2023 case, that I thought with all the Detroit people in here, you might want to see. Let's see what it's about. It was live, but I went back because I didn't know where it had started.
Okay, so come on in. Google it. I want you guys first. I want you guys getting some shit. All right. Comer, Ray, you, Rebecca, Fred. Okay, you're gonna go over here. On this side, yeah. Good, right? Yeah. You want us on that side? There's extras over here. There's extras over here. Okay. There's extras over there. That say reserved. So yeah, you should. And then if you want to read. No, are you going to stand? No, I didn't want them to. Okay, all right. Then I'm going to go get the tea.
I have zero background on this, by the way.
Smell pretty similar. Right.
Oh, Dr. Devon Hoover. Wait, I did follow this.
You're going to stand here. Yeah, for a minute. We're going to need this room. Okay, so then you're going to stand, you can stand near him. Okay. Mike. No, on this side. Move up. You'll be right here. You'll be right here. Here. This side, you're going to be here. You're going to have to move to let Kim and the chief in, but yeah, we're all set. But you're going to move in front.
Wait, we can skip this.
Right over here. There's never any room for my notebook on there. Is there any way these mics can be moved up to the top? Whoever has the mics here? These? Can I just put them up here? Okay. So you can still hear? Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I know this is a long day. Wait for this particular case, but I want to start out this morning by welcoming you here. And I'd like to have everybody here that's up here with me to introduce themselves and just tell you what their role was in this case.
McLaughlin with the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office, assisted Detroit Police Department and our office with the investigation into this murder.
Krista Kluczynski, Irish support staff.
Lisa Lindsay, I'm the assistant prosecutor that's assigned to try this case.
And I'm Mike Glenn. I am the other assistant prosecutor that's assigned to try this case.
James White, Chief of Police, Detroit.
Sergeant Javaris Reed, officer in charge of the case. Detective Brad Comer, also officer in charge of the case.
Donna McClure, captain of homicide.
Lieutenant Matthew Bray, homicide task force.
Rebecca McKay, commander of major crimes.
Thank you. This massive investigation was conducted for over a year in conjunction with local, state, and federal law enforcement partners. This investigation spanned 5 states and 3 countries. Voluminous documents and amounts of documents and evidence were recovered, analyzed, scrutinized, and then summarized to the tune of many terabytes worth of digital data. The investigators' report in this case is 181 pages. The states that I referenced earlier are Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, Texas, and California. The 3 countries that I referenced earlier are, of course, the United States of America, England, and France. The law enforcement officers that I referenced, approximately 71 plus officers worked on this case, again, both local, state, interstate, and federal. There were 87 plus civilian witnesses involved in this case so far. Of course, we had body-worn camera evidence. Over 77 body-worn camera evidence was recovered and analyzed and looked at, and that translates into hundreds of hours of video. Video interviews, there were 44 of them, again, over 100 hours of that video, and also video surveillance evidence, 24 different locations, and numerous green light surveillance video locations in Detroit, again, over hundreds of hours of worth of video that had to be examined and looked at. Of course, we had cell phone extractions in this case. Over 40 cell phones were examined, and that alone was over 2 terabytes of data. We had over 300 pieces of evidence that was collected. There were 134 search warrants executed, 94 items of evidence sent to the Michigan State Police Crime Lab to be analyzed. There was Cash App and PNC bank fraud. Over $30,000 worth was stolen, and again, more is coming in. There were 2 watches that you will hear me refer to earlier that I'll talk about later. One was worth over $6,000 and the other was worth $7,500. We also have a Range Rover that was worth between $72,000 and $81,000 that are also a part of this case, and those numbers are according to Kelley Blue Book. The total data received, again, several terabytes of data. And to try to encapsulate that down, if one person received and looked at all of this digital evidence in this case on a 24/7 basis, it would take them years for them to go through. That's kind of the magnitude of just the digital evidence in this case. Everything I'm about to say are alleged facts. The defendant is, of course, that we are charging today, of course, is presumed innocent until proven guilty. And on April the 22nd of 2023, last year, the Detroit Police Department received a civilian parking complaint, and officers were dispatched to the area of 9901 Coyle Street in the city of Detroit. Officers arrived and observed a white Range Rover blocking the driveway. They investigated further and noticed what appeared to be blood on the interior of the vehicle that was blocking the driveway. They secured the Range Rover, they tagged it as evidence, and towed it to the Detroit Police Department tow yard. The registered owner of that white Range Rover was discovered to be Dr. Devon Hoover of 150 West Boston Boulevard in Detroit. Detroit police officers went to that address of 150 West Boston Boulevard that same evening and noted that the driveway gate leading to and from the rear of the house to be wide open. They were unable to contact anyone at that time at the residence, both knocking on the front and back doors of the house. The next day, on April the 23rd, 2023, Detroit Police Department received a 911 call from Dr. Hoover's family requesting a well-being check of his home. as they had been unable to reach him after he failed to come and see his dying mother in the state of Indiana. The Detroit Police Department went to 150 West Boston Boulevard and noticed that the driveway gate leading to the rear of the house was wide open. Further investigation revealed the presence of what appeared to be blood on the rear exterior side of the back entrance door of the home. A decision was made to force entry into the premises, and during that protective sweep of the home, Dr. Devon Hoover was found deceased in the third floor attic crawl space. He was face down. He was only wearing socks. He was wrapped in a blood-soaked carpet. He appeared to have been shot in the head. An autopsy was conducted, and the autopsy concluded that Dr. Hoover was indeed shot twice in the head. And it was the opinion of the Assistant Wayne County Medical Examiner that the death was caused indeed by these 2 gunshot wounds, and the manner of death was homicide. After the discovery of Dr. Hoover, the Detroit Police Department's Crime Scene Services Unit arrived and processed the scene. Subsequent investigation revealed that the victim's cell phone, his wallet, his money, his financial transaction devices, credit cards, and designer watches were missing from the home. The investigation revealed that almost immediately following his murder, multiple fraudulent financial transactions were made from Dr. Hoover's various bank accounts. These transactions spawned for several days after that discovery. An analysis of the victims of Dr. Hoover's cell phone records revealed that Dr. Hoover had approximately 4,000 communications with a number attributed to a Desmond Burks, who resided at 9924 Sussex Street in the city of Detroit. The text messages established that Desmond Burks and Dr. Hoover were in an intimate relationship with one another, and that on occasion, Desmond Burks would charge Dr. Hoover for these sexual services. The investigation of this case was further complicated by the fact that many witnesses were extremely reluctant to come forward to share sensitive and personal information. The analysis also indicates that the day Dr. Hoover was murdered, Dr. Hoover's cell phone traveled from his West Boston Boulevard address to the area of Desmond Burke's address on Sussex. Dr. Hoover's phone appears to return to West Boston for a short period and then travels back to the area of Desmond Burke's residence on Sussex again before traveling to Fairlane Mall in Dearborn. Dr. Hoover's cell phone never returns back to his residence on West Boston. Numerous pieces of corroborating evidence place Dr. Hoover's cell phone in the same location as Desmond Burke's. The evidence includes, but certainly is not limited to what I'm about to say. Dr. Hoover's cell phone detail records, Google account search warrant returns, Desmond Burke's cellular phone detail records, Range Rover geolocation data, Project Greenlight video, 9901 Coyle Street video, and Golden Fantasy Jewelry Store video surveillance. Other physical evidence was discovered directly linking Dr. Hoover's property to Desmond Burke's. On the date of the homicide, Desmond Burke's is seen on surveillance camera parking Dr. Hoover's Range Rover near 9901 Coyle Street. He being Mr. Burke's, is seen limping away carrying a backpack, and his fingerprint was discovered inside that Range Rover. At the time, Desmond Burke's was known to walk with a limp due to previously being shot in the hip. Search warrants conducted at Dr. Burke's residence led to the recovery of one of Dr. Burke's Cartier watches that I mentioned earlier. Dr. Hoover purchased this watch in the year 2020 for approximately $6,000. An additional search warrant concluded at another recently discovered address of Desmond Burke's back on April of this year, 2024, led to the discovery of another of Dr. Hoover's Cartier watches, a watch that Dr. Hoover purchased one day prior to his homicide. That watch was worth approximately $7,500. Based on all of this evidence and much more further evidence, which we will outline in more detail in court, as a result of all of that, we are charging Desmond Burke's today with 1 count of first-degree premeditated murder, count 2, felony murder, count 3, larceny of over $20,000, count 4, using a computer to commit a crime. The maximum imprisonment there is between 10 years or more, but less than 20 years. Count 5, Possession of a firearm by a felon. Count 6, felony firearm, second offense, which goes to count 1. Count 7, felony firearm, second offense, which goes to count 2. And count 8, felony firearm, second offense, that goes to count 5. Please remember, as I said earlier, that this defendant is presumed innocent until proven guilty. And this is the same Desmond Burks that we charged on May 17th, 2024, with another second-degree murder homicide. On May 17th, 2024, we charged Desmond Burks, who was 33 at the time, in connection with a road rage incident that killed Mr. Salah, 87, of Dearborn. On October 17th, 2024, at approximately 6:45 p.m., Detroit police officers were dispatched to an intersection of West Chicago and Greenfield Road for reports of an unconscious male laying in the street. Upon their arrival, officers located the victim, Mr. Salah, unresponsive, suffering from trauma to the head. Medics arrived on the scene and transported him to a local hospital for treatment. On May 11th, Mr. Salah unfortunately succumbed to his injuries and was pronounced deceased. It is alleged while approaching the intersection on West Chicago and Greenfield Road that Mr. Salah's vehicle bumped into the rear of Desmond Burke's vehicle, the car that he was driving. They both got out of their cars and there was a verbal altercation. It is further alleged during that we announced on the 17th of May that during this altercation, Mr. Burks punched Mr. Salah, leaving him lying in the street before fleeing the scene. And as I said before, he later died of those injuries. I should note that Mr. Burks is currently in the Wayne County Jail on a $1 million bond, no 10%. His lawyer in that case requested that he be evaluated for competency, and that request was made on May the 24th, 2024. The next court date for him in that case is September the 3rd, 2024, before Judge Kenneth King of the 36th District Court. That hearing is a competency review date hearing. You will receive an electronic copy of the press release in this case after this press conference has been concluded. We are told that the arraignment is tomorrow at 10:30 a.m., and that's all the information I have about the arraignment tomorrow in this case. So I'd like to invite the chief now to make some remarks.
Thank you, Madam Prosecutor. All right, I just want to thank the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office for their collaboration. It's a very complex and comprehensive case. They all did incredible work. As you've heard, this investigation is very detailed and very comprehensive. I want to say thank you, a personal thank you to one of the hardest working teams in the Detroit Police Department. The men and women of the Detroit Police Department do an incredible job. And our homicide team has been working tirelessly on this case. I can't tell you the many meetings and debriefings and briefings that we have had. You've heard how lengthy the investigator's report is, and a lot of work went into this case. I also want to give a special thank you to Lieutenant Matthew Bray, Sergeant Jarvis Reed, Sergeant Steve Ford, Detective Brad Comer, who's the OIC, and Detective Sarah Markle, who could not join us here today, and certainly the command team led by our dynamic Assistant Chief and Chuck Fitzgerald, Deputy Chief Kerry Sloan, and certainly our commander, Rebecca McKay. So thank you all for your hard work, and certainly thank you to the family and the loved ones of Dr. Hoover, who have been very patient with this department, very patient with this process. As you heard with the number of investigations that had to happen and people talked to from around the country and outside of the country. And as you will hear as the case unfolds in court, this took a lot of time and a lot of hours and a lot of work. Again, that's all I have at this time.
And thank you, Chief. And before I take any questions, and I'll take a few questions, I just wanted to kind of echo what the chief said on our side. When I talk about the work that was put into this case by these prosecutors, support staff, detectives in my office, and you're more than support staff, Krista. And so I'm talking about every weekend. I'm talking about almost 24/7. I'm talking about interviews, countless work on a daily basis for over a year. And they have other cases to try as well. So with that, I'll take some questions if you like.
Chief Prosecutor, what made the difference? Why now?
Why now? Because we came to a good place in the investigation to be comfortable to charge this case, that we could do it beyond a reasonable doubt as we have to stand up in court and defend it. So we were not ready. And as y'all know me well enough by now, we take our time on cases that we can charge quickly. We charge quickly on cases that we can't. It doesn't matter to me what people say. We're going to take our time to make sure that we get it right. So we feel comfortable at this point in time. We feel very comfortable, extremely comfortable at this point in time, that we can prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. But it was a lot of work to even get to this space.
Was there something about the case that was filed in May that helped you reach the finish line?
No, completely unrelated.
Charges so that
Completely unrelated.
things weren't disclosed, or, oh, by the way.
Well, we were very careful, obviously, after we charged him with that case. But again, the case at that time this case was nowhere near ready to be charged. And the investigation was really going forward at that time. So,
Can you explain this? You mentioned these other countries.
Mhm.
Like as I listen to your narrative, there's some deaths and obviously homicide. What are the connections to these other countries?
again, we will. I've said more in this press conference than I have probably since we charged the mayor many years ago. And so anything else that is to be said in this case will come out in court.
Was Burke the person of interest who was arrested shortly after Dr. Hoover's murder?
Yes.
Can you explain the length, duration of their acquaintance and what may have been motive in this case?
Again, as I said in my remarks, there were 4,000 text messages between the two. We know that the evidence will show that they had an intimate relationship, as I spoke of earlier. And beyond that, I'm not going to say anything. That's saying a lot right there.
You can't say if they knew each other for years, for example.
I can, but I'm not going to.
Handgun, gun recovered?
Again, I've said what I'm going to say in this case.
Was he released because of no murder weapon?
No, he was not released for that reason. Not at all.
Was he traveling to these states and countries?
Again, no, but we will again point out the significance of those other countries and states when we go to court.
And then he was under surveillance all this time, so to speak.
That's a chief question.
Chief, what was going on with Brooks after your time?
Yeah, we continued to work the investigation. We wanted to know certain aspects of his movements, and no one was beyond who were already victimized, were at any risk. We were comfortable with that.
So not related at all to the court?
Not related. The two cases are not related at all.
Strictly a personal.
One was a road rage incident, and the other was a what I described today. Not related at all.
Nothing had to do with one or the other.
One had nothing to one had nothing to do with the other.
Can you elaborate at all on witness reluctance and how that might have, in that time sense, impeded your investigation?
Well, whenever we have reluctant witnesses in any investigation, it impedes things sometimes greatly, sometimes even longer than that, sometimes years before we can go back and try a case. But I think based on what you've heard me say about the nature of the relationship that Dr. Hoover had with this defendant, I think you can kind of extrapolate from there why people would not want to come forward. It's a very difficult, intimate, personal situation.
And with the Range Rover being in Brooks' location, yes, but it took time to develop video.
It took time to do everything. And everything that can be done in a case where a car was involved was done. I've been doing this for a very long time, and new technology was more than I've ever seen before in many aspects of this case. And so what they can do now to help with investigation is phenomenal. And I must say that we had pretty broad cooperation with all the entities that we had to contact to help us put this case together.
So, Chief, may I ask you?
Sure.
It wasn't like video of him getting out of the Range Rover and him being a suspect. It continued to develop. Was that how it worked out?
Yeah, so we're not going to talk about the specifics of the investigation. That part will come out in court. But we're very confident in this case and very confident in the hard work of Minimum Detroit Police Department and what they have brought forward as far as evidence is concerned regarding this case.
B-U-R-K-E-S? Burks, how you spell?
B-U-R-K-S.
Do we have a schedule for the arraignment or any other future court dates?
The only thing that we received from the 36th District Court this morning is what I've already said, and that's that we were told literally before I walked in here that the arraignment would be tomorrow at 10:30. That's all the information that I have.
Prosecutor Brady, can you address whether Dr. Hoover was attempting to end this relationship?
I don't know that. And again, to the extent that we can have to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt and meet the elements that we've charged of each crime, we know what we need to know. I can't tell you, and nor would I, even if I knew, the intimacies beyond that. It was an intimate relationship, and that's really all I can say at this point.
You say how long?
I don't know how long.
Appreciating you can't share details now. Are you able to say if you know or believe you know as to what led to that happening that day?
Again, I'm not going to go any further than whatever I already
No,
done.
but I'm asking if you feel you know that versus being able to share that now.
I'm not even going to comment, because if I say I know, you're going to ask me what I know.
All right, I get you.
Yeah.
Chief, was there one thing that sealed the deal for this particular case?
Well, it was 180 plus pages of things that really sealed the deal for this case. But again, you know, it's been ongoing work for a year, and very high level elements of the investigation that came together. You know, once we recognized that it was a personal relationship type situation, we were confident that this wasn't a situation where other people were going to be targeted by the suspect. We were able to focus in on the elements and aspects of that investigation, but not one thing.
I apologize if this has been asked regarding countries. Like, how did this span other countries and states?
Again, evidence in the case led us to have to contact individuals and companies in other countries and other states. We basically follow where we follow where the evidence took us, no matter where it took us. And again, this is only the tip of the iceberg. You know, as we've both said, it's 181 pages of an investigator's report that was put together for us to be able to bring it to the magistrate and get him arraigned. All right.
Has Mr. Burks offered up any comment to investigators about this case?
You know, that's definitely an area that I can't go into. That would be unethical, and I'd be risking my bar license. So I'm never going to comment on what I know what a defendant says, especially outside of a court venue. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
I'll be sending you guys the press release electronically shortly.
You'll do it. I'll meet you down there.
Oh. Oh dear, Winters has left her post now as well. Okay, so if anyone finds, I was just digging around for 36. Let me just try again. District Court live stream. I see I've already tried to look for it a few times. Is it Kenneth King? Because that's what I was looking for. Wait. I've got him. Is this him?
When I went into the door, I told her, she said, no, it's here. It's the holidays, and you know, my life, and I was this on the first, okay. Miss Ferguson, I let her, you know, bring upstairs. And her room, she wasn't living up. No, nobody was living up. But she went to the door. I asked her, go talk to him. So she went to the door, she talked to him. And where were you?
Okay, I think that's the right person. A judge streaking would be a very popular thing to watch. I have watched him a few times. I just didn't click. Okay, so before we go to I need to be like this now. Before we go to back to what we're watching, let's see what's happening in Robert Tellis, who is Vicky Mac, allegedly murdered a news reporter.
All the parties. Perspective.
Everybody's here for that.
In the meantime, I'll just turn that sound off. I'm trying to find a title for the Sovereign Citizen video, and I'm struggling. He was basically, I followed his journey from April to August, if that helps at all. Oh, thanks, Natalie. So happy to have you. We do bounce around a lot because it's very, I have all of the ADHs of the ADHD. I need snacks as well. I need snacks and I need a top up on this. But I just want to wait for court to start. I couldn't do the buzzing thing, the hectic, loud people speaking. I still have quite a lot of focusing that I want to do. And the cats have abandoned me. Karen Reed is dragging on. Oh, please don't tell me there's new stuff on her. Oh, I think I just have like I'm desensitized now. Oh, I also have a really good thing to show you in the divorce court that we watched Zack Ryder in. But I have to edit it because there's so many F-bombs and P-bombs. A lot of those. And whilst I enjoy playing lawyer with writing all sorts of motions and things for fun, I don't really want to be doing it every day. Oh, and it looks like there's also more jurors speaking out. Are they speaking out for real this time? Jurors speaking out to confirm not guilty verdict. But are they actual? Because I feel like they keep saying the same things. Should we hop into Judge Simpson while we wait? Oh, also, I forgot to end this poll, but it was 79% yes. That's how we landed up here. So people in, first of all, do the locals say Detroit or Detroit? 2, is the time there currently 10 to 12? Or 10 to, or not any of those actually? Did I add it yesterday? No, I added Denver yesterday. Yeah, I would love some suggestions if you have any. It might depend on like what is YouTube friendly and what is clickable, etc. I also didn't realize that this is the same town, this is the same part as the Samantha Wall murder trial. Michigan is Eastern Time, 10:50. So they'd probably start, oh, it's 11:50. Okay, so they'd probably start at 12, I imagine. We're not going to start at 10:02.
Courthouse case, People versus Robert Peterson. I was hoping that was you because I only had one more case.
Oh.
Sorry to keep you waiting. What was it? All right. What's your name, sir?
Robert Peterson.
All right, Mr. Peterson, you are before the court on a complaint that alleges that you were operating a motor vehicle without the security required by statute. That is alleged to have occurred on March 4, 2023 at Washtenaw and Foster Avenue in Pittsfield Township, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan. You understand the nature of that charge, sir?
Yes, sir.
So hold on. I know you got something to tell me, so hold on. I got to get through this. That is a misdemeanor not punishable by more than 1 year incarceration, a fine not less than $200, no more than $500. You understand that, sir? All right. First question I usually have for people is, you want to be represented by an attorney on this?
No.
Yeah?
Should I? Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
Do you know what you're doing and what the next step would be?
I don't.
Oh, so you think an attorney might help you with that? Yeah. So let me ask the question again. You want to be represented by an attorney? All right. This is a PD case.
Defender Matthew Pate on behalf of Mr. Peterson, we waive any further reading. My client stands mute and we ask for a pretrial date.
Defendant never waive for reading, standing mute. Court will enter a not guilty plea. Say is a kind of case that might be able to be worked out. What I'll do is pretrial September 4th. Is that what's wrong?
Anytime sooner.
You want something sooner?
As soon as possible.
Well, I'm here today. No, I'm kidding. I'll do it sooner. That's fine. I was trying to give time in case something had to work its way through, but August 21st, 2024, 9 a.m. I'll set his bond in this case as personal recognizance $2,500 bond. And I'll just indicate I'll order standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior or possession of weapons. Also, no use or possession of any alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drug. You understand that, sir? All right, thank you. We'll see you on the 21st. All right, thank you. See, he wanted an attorney and then he wanted to rush it. Is that it until my next job?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wow. Pressed by me. All right, court's gonna stand in recess.
Okay, to clarify, the sovereign citizen one is the one that was in Judge Simpson's court that I told you guys not to watch any spoilers on, that I've been following literally since April. And I am posting the video as a premiere probably tonight, depending on how the rest of the day goes. But I'm a little stuck on titles. Right, let's hop over to this hearing. This is what we're actually supposed to be listening to. So.
Good morning. Who's ready? Your Honor, Mr. Inigo and I are ready on page 25 and 20. What pages are there?
25 and 26 versus Ramirez. That's correct. Case C 34712 and Fernandez.
I just gotta grab it. The Spanish are 30,000 ball.
Yes. The interpreter is present. Will you please state your name for the record?
Because of Rico's Spanish interpreter.
Making their appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Pam Werkley on behalf of the state.
Okay, and you represent?
I represent Mr. Ramirez last year, Your Honor. He's in the back.
Okay, Mr. Mayhew, you represent Mr.
Bisbikis, yes, good morning, Your Honor.
We just need to set for trial, is my understanding.
Yes.
Your client did waive
Both of those guys.
both of them. How much time do you need?
Mr. Inigo and I were discussing early summer next year. It's fine. Status trial readiness is going to be November 6th at 8:30 a.m. The trial conference, April 15th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. Calendar call, April 29th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. Jury trial, May 5th, 2025 at 2:30. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, and I would just request that the interpreter and I can speak to my client's box.
Absolutely.
That was, sorry, Nathan.
Yes, thank you.
Your Honor, sorry, I have, the Malik Jones with Ms. McAmis, because we should be her comment. Thank you.
578, good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Jones is present. He's in custody.
Good morning, Your Honor. Pam Werkley and Michael Schwartz are on behalf of the state.
And good morning, Caitlin McAmis, bar number 12616 of the Liberal's office.
Okay. Have you spoken to your client since you filed this motion?
Yes, and this seems to just be calendared after the fact. He understands that based on your prior rulings, that this is not going to go forward for him. So I think he's just going to submit it.
Okay, Mr. Jones.
Prior to my last, trying to have removal of counsel and self-representation, I was denied, so there's no point for the motion to go forward. I'm just gonna be denied again, so I'll let counsel.
This was filed during trial, correct?
Yes, it was filed
And
before.
it was just delayed and being put on calendar?
Yeah,
Okay. How close are we to being able to set a penalty phase?
So I have an update on a lot of the records requests, not all positive, but so one of our school district requests came back no records. One is still no answer. It's unclear if there's going to be an answer. There's some mental health records that from Lakes Crossing that we thought we had, we didn't. I spoke with the state about that, so that should be a quick turnaround. And then there's some like social security stuff that we're still waiting on, and so I was going to ask for 2 more weeks to have a better update on some of the longer ones, like some out-of-state mental health records before we set this, if that's okay with the board.
So, yeah, like I have the Lakes Crossing stuff, those other items we don't have, because they're unique to him, but, in California, it sounds like, but 2 weeks this one.
2 weeks, maybe any court order, intervention by the courts.
That's what I don't need to overspeak, that's what my investigator and I are thinking about, is we need to get more, record production.
Okay.
Continued status check is going to be August 21st at 8:30 a.m.
That's it. Your Honor, the last one I have that's quick is James Holmes with Mr.
Okay, 368820, good morning. He is present in custody. Is your client well enough or in a position that we can set trial?
Your Honor, yes, we can. They had taken him for the surgery and then there was a glitch and so they had to cancel it. They're rescheduling his surgery. It's imminent that they're gonna have that done. So if we could just set a trial date, maybe January, is that convenient to the court?
That's fine.
Status check trial readiness is going to be November 6th at 8:30 a.m. Pretrial conference, January 7th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. Calendar call, January 21st, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. Jury trial, January 27th, 2025 at 10:30.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I apologize for missing yesterday.
Oh, no.
Scheduling issue.
One back to back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So we can call Carter and get that.
State versus Carter, PC 353883. Good morning. He is present and he's in custody. Who's the district court?
Mr. Hendricks, he's out, he's out talking to a couple of the TAs on
I'm sorry.
Present. You want to make your representations?
Yes, good morning, Caitlin, my name is for number 12616 with Christina Wilbel's office on behalf of Marco Carter, also Ozzy Puma present. Remember, we have been meeting, we seem to be on track and gearing up for the March 2025 trial date. We're still working on our experts, but we've got a lot of them doing their parts, so that's our status.
Nothing at this point is going to prevent us from going forward.
Nothing that we can do.
Anticipating, right?
Continued status check is going to be November 6th at 8:30 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Who else has Mr. Hammer on the VA side?
I do, Your Honor. Mine's good. Page 19.
State versus Gino Julian. And we have Mr. Raskovich here as well.
He's not here, but his
Are you
counsel
appearing
is here. Oh, it's Jeff. Yes.
Yeah. So Julian and Jacobo, C 377696. Okay, both present. And you're going to appear for Mr. Jacobo.
Sure, William Brown for Mr. Yakubov and Mr. Draskovich as well.
Okay, can I have representations regarding?
I spoke with Ms. Radosta about the writ. We anticipate starting on Telus on Monday, so we were just asking for a little more time. She didn't have any objections. I think we previously even asked this for the defense as well, to have a little extra time to get something filed, or at least argument on it. So if we could just have 30 days, I think that's what we talked about, right?
I think, yeah, if we could do the argument, maybe I think like the second week of September would give Mr. Hamner about 30 days to file a written response. He can get it sometime that week before.
So set for hearing.
Hearing is going to be on September 12th at 8:30 a.m.
Hey, how are you as far as getting ready for trial?
working towards it, Your Honor. Obviously, kind of depending on what happens with the writ, it'll determine, if we have as many charges, to be, because some of them it's a little scattered in this particular case. There's separate allegations, separate residences, things like that. So, but at this point, I anticipate we would be ready for a February trial, unless there's some new discovery that is turned over. But as of right now, I think I have everything the state has.
Nothing, Andrew. I anticipate that we would be ready in February as well, barring something else.
Anticipate being ready.
Continued status check is going to be November 6th at 8:30 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Now, Mr. Johnson. Oh, can we call Telus now?
Yeah, I'm ready
Is
for
that
it.
right, everybody here? State versus Telus, C-368-935. He's present, he's in custody. Okay, good morning.
Morning, Robert Grassley, on his behalf.
Good morning, Your Honor. Pam Markley and Chris Yamner on behalf of the state.
I'm David Chavez, 1.1 and 2 on behalf of the Review Journal, and present via Zoom is Ashley Kissinger.
Is she have to sign in under your name?
I guess so.
Okay. Good morning. All right, can we have an update?
Yeah.
We are still on track to produce by August 12th, beginning of the trial date.
So the first day of trial.
Yes, Your Honor, which is, I think, Monday.
Yeah, that's right.
That's Monday.
Okay.
We,
Well, how's that gonna affect, it doesn't look like we're starting on Monday.
Yeah, depending upon what's exactly going to be turned over at this time, obviously we want to keep our trial date, we want to proceed. What time does Your Honor generally begin jury selection? What time does Your Honor plan on beginning jury selection?
Right, we already have our panel because we have the questionnaire.
Correct.
So we can.
What time would be present with the potential jurors?
Right, we would probably have to start at 11 a.m. on Monday. Or, we could start earlier and then just take a break for that hearing. I have a hearing set at 10:30.
Could you start perhaps at 1 o'clock on Monday? I think
Sure, do you need to start in the afternoon?
I think that would be better given the current circumstances.
Right, maybe you guys can get the documents and then be prepared to inform the court whether you can proceed.
Yeah, are they producing Monday morning? They're Monday at 5.
So.
Question?
Yeah, so our plan is to produce on Monday morning.
Okay, are you gonna come here and produce them here? How are you gonna be produced?
So when we produce the information from the laptop, I drop them off at everyone's respective offices. I was prepared to do the same thing for the laptop.
Okay.
We will be flying in an expert to review everything in short matter. So, he's arriving over the weekend. So yeah, Monday morning would be obviously preferable.
Okay, then we can just continue on that until Monday at 1 o'clock. And then we can make a determination as to how we're going to proceed and whether we start with jury selection. Okay, how many witnesses does the state have and how long do you think it will take?
We have about 20 witnesses. We think we will finish, well, it kind of depends on jury selection and this timing a little bit, but I believe we'll be done with our case at the end of the day on Friday.
So about 5 judicial days?
Yes.
We have at least a dozen witnesses noticed up. We have potential expert witnesses. I would anticipate our case in chief lasting well into the next week. So.
Okay, so 10 days?
Correct.
All right, and the attorneys that are going to be trying the case, they're all here today?
Mr. Horvath will be accompanying me. He's covering other matters, but yes, the state.
We'll be here.
All righty, so Monday at 1 o'clock, we also have a couple of motions on. I don't know, do you want to argue them today?
The matters have been, I'd be happy to argue on Monday, court's pleasure. Everything's been laid out, our position's laid out. These issues have been addressed in different ways previously. We just wanted to make sure that the record was complete.
Okay, then you can decide on Monday.
Sure. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
We do have one other matter. I got a call yesterday. We have a licensed private investigator who predates my involvement in this case. He called me last night. He was concerned he's being denied visitation. We prepared an order. We don't have any issues. We've come this far. He needs to have access to my client during regular visitation hours. He was taking some paperwork, legal paperwork. He was denied access. You know, this can't happen, especially now.
Well, what was the reason?
They just said that certain investigators, certain private investigators are not to have access, contact visits with defendants, which obviously is violative of the Department of Justice guidelines. I
Have you been going to the jail?
He has been up until yesterday, yes. And obviously, with all that's going on, obviously I need the investigator, a licensed investigator. We don't have access to my client, Greg Frankie. I have an order that's prepared. I showed it to the state that just says that he's to have access to my client, to our client during business, during the non-lockdown hours.
He's been going over there routinely?
He has been, yes.
Just yesterday?
Correct.
No reason?
None that he was given, other than that they've now changed the policy concerning non-attorney visits. And he went there with paperwork to give Mr. Tellis.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Want me to sign each one?
Or we could make copies. I would just ask that we have a file stamp copy so Mr. Frankie can go to the jail with a file stamp copy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll make sure you get it. On Monday at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else ready?
Yes, thanks.
I think that's it. Monday. Also, I was talking about the sovereign citizen in Judge Simpson's court. Okay, back to where we originally started, which is here.
Yeah, okay.
Questions so we can
Okay.
get his confusion clear.
What weapon did you discharge in the backyard? It would be the 40 cal. And that was the weapon that you gave back to Angelo? That was the weapon that I gave to Angelo. You initially gave it. I didn't give it back to him. I gave it to him that month in March. And then it was given back to me. And it is the weapon that I gave to my cousin.
So the shotgun, when was the shotgun discharged?
The shotgun was never discharged.
So
at all, period.
So would you say that it was given to you twice?
Yes, it was.
When was the first time the shotgun was used?
In March.
And then at some point you gave that shotgun back to Marco?
I gave it back to Angelo. I didn't give it back to Marco.
When did you give it to Angelo?
I would believe it would be in the late part of March.
And you saying that you didn't see that shotgun again until August of 2022.
Into August of 2022, I would believe it would be, I want to say a few days before Marco came back into the city, because I talked to him and I was concerned about people watching my house.
So Marco gave you the shotgun?
No, Marco didn't give me the shotgun. Angelo brought me the shotgun
And that was
in a red bag, in a red black bag, a silver shotgun. It's been in Marco's family for a long time. That's what I was told.
In May of 2022, was there any, did you have meetings with Angelo about the Hutchinsons?
Yeah, we did. Yes, sir.
Did you, and where did these meetings take place?
When I say they, I'm talking about, I had a meeting with Angelo and Marco.
Okay. So where would these meetings take place?
Sometime at the law farm, sometime at a park. I had more meeting with them after the killing of Mr. Hutchinson.
Okay, well, I'm just
but you're leading up to May.
Right. Let's say May.
Okay.
So,
And those meetings happen after June the 1st.
well, I asked about May.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I had multiple meetings with them.
And was it always constant about the Hutchinsons, they gotta go, and this deadline?
Are you talking about in May
May of 2022?
Mr. Hutchinson was dead, sir.
Not in May of 2022.
June, no, he died in June. Yes, it was in May. Yes, sir. You are correct.
But you were always put under the pressure to keep this stuff.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
You indicated that you had the Facebook conversation with Roy. At what point? Was it prior to your uncle's funeral?
Prior to my uncle's funeral and a few times after the funeral.
The bike that was in the shop. When did you purchase that bike?
I purchased that bike the day of my uncle's funeral.
And who did you purchase? That would have been the 20.
That would have been the 22nd.
22nd of 2022.
Yes, sir.
And who did you purchase the bike?
Around a guy. I couldn't tell you who the guy was. He was selling the bike. He wanted the money, and I offered him a pound of weed for it.
It wasn't another relative?
I can't recall.
Can't recall. Is it Deshaun Larry? Does that name sound familiar to you?
That is my cousin.
And is that the person that you purchased the bike from?
I didn't give him the money. I gave a guy that was there at the house who was selling the bike, the pound.
And after you purchased the bike, who had access to the bike? Who would ride the bike?
Well, Roy was here, and he didn't have any transportation, so I left him the bike.
You left him the bike?
I let him use the bike.
Did any other relatives use that bike prior to that?
No, sir. Not that I know of. Unless you're talking about my sons. They used it afterwards.
So he used it. It was something. Your son used the bike?
Yeah.
Did you ever use the bike?
I rode the bike a few times.
And this was a electric bike?
I believe, yes, sir. You can paddle it. It was electric. You can do either or.
When did the chain break?
This was, I can't say what specific day the chain broke. It was before I even had a discussion with Roy about anything.
When you said he was here,
He was in the city.
This was after your uncle's funeral?
Yes, sir.
And you said you didn't know whether he came from Columbus or West Virginia. You didn't know exactly where.
I didn't know exactly where he came from.
Did he? And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong. You offered him marijuana to sell, or did he buy marijuana from you to sell?
That would be incorrect. I didn't offer him anything. He found out that I gave him some marijuana when I first seen him. I was happy to see him the very first day that he got here in the city. The next Father's Day was in April. I took him shopping before the funeral. I gave him some marijuana. He indicated that they was leaving. They was him and the guys that he was with was going out of town, and he needed to purchase some marijuana. But he never returned my phone call to come and pick the marijuana up.
He actually indicated to you when you finally made contact with him that he found another source and that he had got.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
And did you have any conversation with him about this pressure that you were under in order to commit this homicide?
When I finally got in touch with Roy, I broke down on the phone, and he was like, and I was telling him, man, listen, this is the pressure that is on me. I don't want to get involved with it, and I actually don't want you to get involved with it. Do you know anybody outside of anything that can help me? And he said, cuz, don't worry about it. We'll talk about it when I get there.
I think you indicated that he got here approximately a few days before Memorial Day, which before the 30th.
Yes, sir, that would be correct.
Okay. And it's safe to say that there was no details in terms of how this homicide was to take place. It's safe to say that.
It's yes.
Okay. So the only thing that you knew that was, you said May 30th, which would have been the actual Memorial Day.
Mm-hmm.
You got a call from Marco that evening, am I correct?
I got a call from Marco later that night.
Later, okay. And he just simply said, they're gonna be in my office, this has gotta happen. Well, I'm paraphrasing, but something to that effect.
You're correct. He called me around, I think about 10 o'clock that night. He was asking me, am I able to make this happen? That he was setting the meeting up for the Hutchinson to meet him on June the 1st.
And in terms of that weekend, I believe you indicated Roy was staying at a hotel.
Yes, he was.
He wasn't staying with you.
No, he wasn't. No, he was not.
He would not have been at the home when you received this call from Marco, am I correct?
No, he was not there. That you are correct.
And in terms of him purchasing the hotel, did you pay for the hotel or did he pay for it?
I gave him some money. I believe my sister paid for a couple of days as well.
But prior to that, he had indicated that he was selling weed. He had been selling weed, and you don't know whether he had any other source of income. Am I correct?
I don't think that he actually really defined to me what he was, where his income, his source of income was coming from.
So May 31st, which would have been that Tuesday, you get another call from Marco indicating that the time had changed.
That is correct.
The bike shop, was the bike shop open on May 31st?
I got a call. Marco didn't call my phone. I had turned my phones off. I stopped taking Angelo phone calls. Marco called my wife's telephone number. That's why there's no record of it. He called my wife's telephone number around 10 o'clock, somewhere around 11 o'clock, to reaffirm that the Hutchinson was coming to his law firm on June the 1st.
You said that when you first talked to Roy about this, you asked him if he knew of anyone else that could do this.
That is correct.
Okay. So it seems as if, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that you really had no intention on pulling a trigger or anything of that nature.
You are definitely correct. I pulled him into something that he had no business being in. You are definitely correct.
So it was always, if this was going to happen, it was gonna be by somebody else's hand and not yours.
That is definitely correct, sir.
But you never pulled yourself completely out of it.
That is definitely correct.
And the pressure that you were under was such that you continued within the planning of this.
I continued in the planning of it when I realized, when I was put on notice that, quote unquote, these people that was from New York had got notice that I had received a contract of the money that they had sent, that I agreed to this, and that we was in danger.
You indicated, and that's something I guess I should cover that right now.
Yeah.
Since you mentioned the money.
Mm-hmm.
You were told that the contract was for $200,000.
I was told that $200,000 was sent to them, sent to Marco's office for the killing of the Hutchinsons.
And you were to receive how much money?
Me and Angelo was supposed to receive $50,000 apiece. Okay. If everything went well, and then
up until, and I'll ask this question: have you received any money?
No, sir, not a dime. The only money I receive is the money to pay for Roy Larry's attorney.
So you testified that when you spoke to Roy about this, about the date, June 1st,
mm-hmm.
Is that a yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
That what was your agreement with him?
Prior to that, Roy, I had a for sale sign in my car. The Camaro. And that car was supposed to be given to Roy Larry for the murder of the Hutch.
And when you say supposed to, who suggested there was never any?
I believe that.
No,
I mean, this is my belief.
No,
I mean, what? Okay, let me let you finish. I'm sorry. I apologize.
One person
I apologize.
I'm not
I'm
objecting
sorry.
to him asking if you're answering what he believes.
He's already stopped it. Mr. Taylor's taking good care of this situation.
So the understanding was about the Camaro.
Yes, sir.
Roy knew just as much about the Hutchinsons as you did. Am I correct?
That is correct.
He had no physical description of the Hutchinsons.
No, sir.
Didn't know what they did for a living.
No, sir.
Didn't know whether they owned a jewelry shop. Am I right?
You are definitely correct.
Didn't know if they had a pawn shop.
You are definitely correct.
In fact, he had not lived in the city for over 20 some odd years. Am I correct?
That would be incorrect. I can speculate. I can tell you that would be correct. I don't know.
Okay, you don't. That's good. Well, who made the decision to pick up the bike from the bike shop?
I picked my bike up. The bike was not a plan of the plot. The plot was we were supposed to be supplied a car to run the Hutchinson off the road. The pawn shop was never a plot for them to be killed at. This is supposed to happen before they even made it to a pawn shop.
You indicated that it was told to you the plan was that they were not supposed to cross Timber.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And car was part of the plan, was there any discussion of when to pick this car up or where this car would be?
The car never, it was never, a car was never received.
That part, that was never.
It was never received.
So at some point, after you pick up the bike,
Mhm.
you make the decision to drive in the area of Greenfield
I was heading to Marco's office
in Greenfield.
in Greenfield.
And I believe you testified that as you were driving on Greenfield, that's when you noticed the Hutchinson's car.
That is correct.
And it was at that building. You did not know what that building was, but you just noticed that it was there.
I come to find out that was a building that, I mean, I did not know what it was. Yeah, at the moment, I know. I
You didn't know what that building was.
No, sir.
When you left out your house that morning, did you place a weapon in your car?
No, sir, I did not.
When did the weapon get in your car?
The weapon was already given to my cousin prior to that, prior to June the 1st. I think it would be the day before of that, it would be the 31st.
And so when he gets in your car, the Astrovan, am I correct?
It's not an Astrovan, I don't have
The white vehicle, what type of vehicle is that?
It's an SUV.
SUV?
Yeah.
That's your wife's car?
That's my wife's car. Yes,
And it had the rose with the other emblem or something?
Yes,
in
that
the
is correct.
dashboard. And that's the vehicle you used to pick up the bike?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And as you're testifying, you're indicating that it was just by mere coincidence that when you're driving to Marco's law firm, that you see the Hutchinson vehicle at the building.
It wasn't about mere, I'm not saying that it was a miracle that I'm saying that as I was driving to Marco's office, where it's supposed to happen at, the time had expired. They had left there. I wasn't there on time. Their car was driving the opposite way, going back towards their jewelry store. By the time we got back to when I did the U-turn to get back to where they was going, they were already made it to this pawn shop. It was inside the building already.
So again, it was by coincidence that you saw the truck at the truck or the car at that building.
The truck not a car, the truck at the building. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And so you made the U-turn.
Yes, I did.
And then at that point, the determination was it's got to happen now.
We made the determination that it had to happen now because this is something. I didn't pull a gun to Roy here and say this is what you have to do. No, I'm just saying you saying that I made determination. No, we made determination that it had to happen now.
Okay, but because the understanding was given to you that they could not make it past 10.
And I relayed that to him.
And as you indicated prior to that, he had never seen the Hutchinsons before.
Neither have I.
To the best of your knowledge.
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge. And I would be speculating if I say that he had never seen them before. I don't know that.
And you indicated that you said that that they were already in the building.
Yes, they were.
So when you drove by and you first saw that truck, there was nobody in it.
The truck was there. Nobody was in the truck.
And so when you said you drove down Greenfield, you got to James Street, you made the right on James Street.
That would be correct.
And at that point, you indicated that that's when you let Roy out of the vehicle.
That would be correct.
And with the bike.
That would be correct.
You drove down to the end of James Street and then you turned and parked.
I parked on the right-hand side. You only can park on the right-hand side.
It was legal at that. That was the legal side to park.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
You didn't want to bring any attention to yourself.
That is correct.
And at that point, You said, how long were you there before you heard gunshots?
I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. I'm not for sure.
Did you hear that, Mr. Taylor, on the hearing?
10 to 15 minutes. I said I'm not for sure. Somewhere around the time.
And how long after did you hear the gunshots did you see this gray vehicle coming down the alley?
You can hear it. The car coming. It's like he ran over something before he entered into James Street. You can hear that. You can hear it.
You can hear it.
You can hear the car speeding. It's like as though he ran over a curb or something, off the curb into James Street.
And the question was, how long after you heard the gunshots did you hear the vehicle?
Minutes, a few minutes, I believe. I'm not for sure.
And at some point, did you see the vehicle actually on James Street?
Yes, I did.
And I believe you said you saw the individual that was driving the vehicle get out of the vehicle.
Yes, I did.
And you saw him reaching down as if he was looking for something.
I saw him running towards me in the middle of the street. I seen him bend down. I don't know what he was reaching for. That is what I testified then, and that's what I'm testifying to now. Okay.
And now, was he in the middle of the street when he was bending down, or was he closer to the alley when he was bending down?
Oh, he was away from his car door was open. It was still his car was still in the street.
So where was he when he was bending down?
He was a little ways from his car.
Initially you thought he was coming towards you.
He was coming in that direction.
And you didn't move your car at that time, did you?
At that particular time, I couldn't move my car because I was waiting on the UPS truck to go past. It was a UPS truck on the opposite side of when I turned around to leave to go out of Greenfield.
You saw the individual get back in their car and drive back towards the Miller Street area.
Through the alleyway.
Through the alleyway.
Yes, sir.
And that would have been back towards Miller Street where the pawn shop.
Yes, sir, I believe so.
And once the UPS truck cleared, you left.
I proceeded to leave.
Where did you go?
I went home. I left. I made a U-turn. The police went past me. I waited till the police went past me. I went home.
You didn't stop to see where Roy was or see where at any point?
I didn't see the moment that I dropped Roy off. I didn't see where Roy was at period at all. The only time that I ever seen a description of Roy.
Well, no, stop.
I mean,
stop,
no, I didn't. No, I did not. No, sir.
You didn't. When you let him out of your car, let me ask this question.
Okay.
When you let him out of your car, did you see him ride off on the bike?
Yes, I did.
Which direction did he go?
It would be the opposite of Greenfield.
And again, once you left, you didn't drive in the area.
No, I did not.
You didn't drive in the area where you saw him ride off a bike.
No, I did not.
You didn't, after hearing gunshots, you didn't drive to see whether he was safe or injured.
At that particular time, I believe that I believe that he had left. I believe he was on a motorbike to do 55 miles an hour.
Again, you heard gunshots, but you didn't stop to see if he was safe, harmed, anything like that. You went straight home.
As I'm turning to go home, I didn't see him, period, at all.
And after you got home, do you remember approximately what time it was when you got home?
I know it was raining really hard. And I sat in my driveway for a minute.
And did you receive any phone calls from either Marco or Angelo?
I received a missed phone call from Angelo.
Did you speak to either Marco or Angelo after that missed call?
I called Angelo back. He didn't call me back. Eventually, he called me back a little later on and saying that Marco wanted me to come to the law office. And I replied that I couldn't come at that particular time because I had to pick my daughters up from school.
Eventually, you went to the law office?
Yes, I did.
Then around approximately what time it was?
It was a little bit after 5. Right after I picked my daughters up, he was there to pick me up. Angelo was there to pick me up.
Angelo was there to pick you up?
Yes, sir.
When you got to the law firm, who was at the law firm?
Me, Angelo, and Marco.
Does the name Alex Sacalaris ring a bell to you?
I don't know his last name, but the name Alex ring a bell to me. I was told about Alex later on down the line.
Okay. When you say later on down the line, how far after June 1st did you learn that? Hear that name?
Somewhere around, I believe in the middle of June, we had a meeting on 13 in Woodward.
And if you recall, who brought up the name Alex?
Marco informed Angel to inform me that Alex is the one who ran my cousin over.
At some point, you retained an attorney to represent Roy. Am I correct?
I was recommended attorney.
Pardon me?
I was a recommended attorney.
You were recommended.
Yeah.
Do you remember the attorney's name?
Travis Starr.
Did you ever meet with Mr. Starr?
He came to my house.
And when he came to your house, it was with the intent to retain him to represent Roy.
Yes, it was.
And at that, I know you said you met with him twice. The first time you indicated you gave him approximately $14,000.
I gave him $14,000. That would be correct.
You didn't get a receipt. Did you get a receipt?
I didn't get a receipt when Angelo gave me the $14,000 either.
See,
No, sir, I did not get a receipt.
See, you're anticipating.
No, I'm not. I'm not anticipating. You're asking me a question. You won't let me follow up to how I received the money. You're not giving me a chance to do. Okay.
You didn't sign. Did you sign any type of retainer agreement, any agreement? Because you gave Mr. Starr the money. Am I correct?
I didn't feel that I had to receive any receipt from Mr. Starr because he was sent to me by the defendant.
Okay. So when you say defendant, be specific.
I'm talking about Marco. This is somebody that I trusted. Travis Starr was sent to me by Marco. Marco gave him $1,000 as a down payment for it, and I was instructed to give Travis Starr $14,000.
Did you never met? You said you met with Mr. Starr at your home. You never met with him at Marco's office. Am I correct?
I seen a black guy there before, but I don't know. I didn't know who he was. I know he was an attorney, that some guy that went to college with Marco, but I didn't know who this guy was.
And this was well before June 1st, am I right?
This was not far from June 1st.
It was before.
It was in May.
It was in May.
Probably about somewhere around the end of May.
Okay. And I believe you were asked yesterday, or was there ever did you have any discussion with Mr. Starr about your cousin's representation?
I don't think I was asked that. Did I? What do you mean? Did I have any discussion about?
One, was there any negotiation in reference to the total amount that he was going to be paid for his representation?
I was told what he was going to be, what he was going to get before he even came to me, what he wanted, what was supposed to be given to him. I was told the exact amount what was supposed to be given to him. The exact total amount was supposed to be given to Mr. Starr was $25,000.
And is your testimony that you received $14,000 from Angelo to pay Mr. Starr?
I received both payments from Angelo to pay Mr. Starr.
That would be the $14,000
and the $10,000.
the $9,000.
The $9,000, yeah. It was $100 missing off the $10,000.
Did you have any other contact with Mr. Starr in reference to his representation of Roy after you gave him the $10,000?
The only contact I had with Mr. Starr was through text messages. No, let me rephrase that. Mr. Travis checked me, called me from, they had a court date. And I believe he was at Marco's office. Because I heard it. Let me rephrase that. Let me take that back. He was at a place and I heard some voices. And he came out to my house and he informed me that some detectives had came out to my house and I wasn't there. That I was not to talk to the detectives anymore and not to discuss anything with Marco about this case. And he also told me not to talk to my cousin anymore on the phone about this case. So that would be the third time that I had a discussion with him.
You've already stated that you were in constant communication after June 1st. You were still in communication with Alex and Marco about the Hutchinsons, am I correct?
That would be incorrect. Why would I have a conversation with Alex?
So you were speaking with Marco?
The people I was referring to, I was in constant contact with would be Angelo and Marco. I never had a conversation with Alex. I don't even know what Alex looked like.
But the name Alex came up a few times during the conversations that you had.
Quite a few times. That there was no concern about. I should not have any concern about Alex. They control Alex. He was under control. I shouldn't worry about him because he was deemed to be crazy.
So you were still being put under pressure as it relates to Marissa.
Yes, sir, definitely.
And you reached out to a friend to explain to that person the pressure that you were under.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
You still had the same loyalty to Marco after June 1st, am I right?
Not as much. That would be incorrect.
There still was some loyalty
There was some skepticalness. There was some things that was just wasn't right.
But you never fully pulled yourself out of this plot prior to you being arrested, am I correct?
That is correct.
And now you have put yourself in a position of a plea bargain to kind of like extricate yourself from this situation.
That is incorrect. I never had any notion to bring on to Mrs. Hutchins after that. And it was the reason why.
I don't know that.
I'm just telling you. No.
Just saying that but you didn't, again, so be plain and simple. You never went to law enforcement prior to being taken into custody, all right?
No, I wasn't going to put my family in danger at all, period.
Because early in this, you were already informed that Marco was number 3 in this mafia out of New York.
Supposedly, this is coming directly from Marco. This is not coming from anybody else.
And
This is what's been told to me.
and the Hutchinson's demise, or I should put, I'm sorry, his freedom was based on the Hutchinson's demise. Am I correct?
His freedom was based on the death of Mr. Hutchinson and Mr. Hutchinson.
And at some point, it was suggested to you that your own life was dependent on what happened to the Hutchinsons.
It wasn't suggested to me, it was told to me.
If I may, could we just get a clarification on who told him that? About his life being in danger?
I don't know, who told you?
Angelo informed me that some people that came from New York and was concerned about why it was taking so long for this to happen. That they had sent $200,000 down. And it was indicated that I am the one who took the contract.
I'm sorry, say that.
It was told to me that I am Darnell is the one who took the contract. So if it wasn't completed, that my family life was in danger. And I believe that because I allowed him to be around my family. He knew where I took my children to school at.
When you say, no,
I'm talking about not Marco, I'm talking about Angelo. He knew where I took my children to school at. He knew where my sons then went to school at. And I believe that they had that much pull, that much power, that something would happen.
Despite all that, you were still willing to pull Roy into this.
I'm gonna say this once again.
No,
you asked me a question.
The question is,
Can I give you an answer to the question?
it's a yes or no answer.
Yes.
She's asking you if
Yes.
you brought.
Yes, ma'am, I did bring them in there. And I stated that before. I did.
And you had, and again, this is a relative that up until April 2024, 2022, you had not seen for over 30 years.
That is true. That is correct.
And the only compensation that he was going to receive for a double homicide was a commitment.
Greed has no loyalty.
Look, that's the only
I
compensation.
can't tell you what was on that man's mind when he agreed to commit that homicide.
Darnell, so that we can make the record clear.
Okay.
I'm not asking you what was on his mind. I asked
I'm telling you, he agreed to it. And the only conversation that he was good was that car. That's what he wanted. He didn't want anything else.
what was the value of that car?
About $15,000.
What year was it?
2014.
There were no liens on that vehicle.
No, sir.
And despite that, now you're here implicating your cousin in this homicide.
I'm not only implicating my cousin, I'm implicating myself. This is what happened. These are the facts. He agreed upon something and we carried it out. Those are the facts. Those are not something that I'm sitting here and I Google on Google or something that I made in my mind. I made up. These are the facts. I asked him, I brought him into something. He agreed to it. And it was carried out. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Those are the facts, sir.
Well, let me ask this question.
Okay.
You're parked on James Street.
Yes, sir.
You hear gunshots.
Yes, sir.
You don't see an actual shooting, am I correct?
And I testified that.
Or you tell them one more time?
Okay, so I think this is. Oh, hello, Frankie. Nice stretch. Give me one sec. I think this is a good point to break because the premiere is starting very soon. Sadly, you hear about that a lot because people don't realize that ADHD meds are not fun pills. They're terrible if you don't actually need them. Yep. And the thing is, it makes it incredibly hard for us to get it when we need it. And all of the things that get put in place just to get meds is like so counteractive to the disorder, like having to physically fetch it all the time and having to email every month for a script instead of just being able to get a repeated script. Like it's tough. And also ADHD meds are not, last I checked, at least validated empirically for long-term use from childhood through adulthood. Long-term use can have pretty bad side effects. I know with me, they're monitoring my heart rate and the effects on my heart because it wasn't originally. But the last, I think it was like 6 months ago, it was okay for monitored doses, children through adulthood here. I'm only on an antidepressant now. I have learned that I will not be able to go off my antidepressant. As much as I think like when I'm on it, I'm like, yeah, I'm feeling great. That's because it's working, not because I'm doing better. Like it is a chemical imbalance. I'm going to have it for the rest of my life. I don't mind. It makes my life so much easier. Oh, wow. Oh, every 6 months though. So we have to email every single month to say, please, can I get a new script? Then that new script has to either go directly to the pharmacist or you have to go and collect it yourself. And then you've got to take that to the pharmacist and hand it over. And then only they can give it to you. And that's every single month. It drives me insane. Same here. I tried and spiraled down fast, can tell even after one mistake. So for me, it's 3 and I get the little zappy zaps in my head. And I feel like dizzy. And for me, my depression is very, 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 very physical. Like it's not emotional at all because my baseline is anxiety and I was only diagnosed with depression at 25, so I was pretty used to it. But the physical is big for me. Like I have really bad insomnia, and then if I don't take my meds, I'll have bad insomnia, not be able to sleep. And then once I fall asleep, I won't be able to wake up. Like, you know, when you try to wake a baby up and they're just like, no, can't. I literally cannot open my eyes. I feel like I've been hit by a bus. I'm super tired all the time. And I'll either be like, I'll feel kind of like a little bit like sick. Like I always used to tell my mom I feel sick in my throat. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Nice, Frank. Good time to clean. And then my stomach. Oh, I have such stomach pain when my anxiety is bad. And then it all goes into acid and ulcers and whatever. I'm proud of you, Natalie. I'm not going to pull that up just in case you don't want it up, but yeah. Long-term ADHD meds can result in facial or mouth tics, neck rolling, irritability, agitation, extremely dry mouth, sleep issues, and migraines. Oh, do you know what? It's something that I brought up about my antidepressants. Like, they make me feel really, really, really sick in my stomach if I haven't eaten enough. And when I brought it up with my GP, she was like, I don't really know what you'd prefer. Like, we could change or you can deal with this. Like, what is better for you? And I chose the side effects. And I feel like that's what I do with ADHD meds too, because I would rather have these things than the hole I was in when I was untreated. Something I learned recently was that a lot of people presenting with depression and anxiety can actually present that way because of uncontrolled ADHD. Yep. My psychiatrist said she's surprised that I wasn't diagnosed and treated earlier. Okay, I seriously have to end now to send you guys over because otherwise I'm going to be late for my own premiere. Always love these chats. I don't know if I'll be back after the premiere. It all depends. I need to get some focus time in, and let's see. Right, where's the button? Where's the button? I'll see you guys there. It's going to redirect you. Don't panic, it sometimes takes a little while.